holler who that is. Hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo Park. They go dumb up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. Bill Clinton going dumb. All out the scraper. Stunner boys here. Mission is the major. Watch your girl before I take her, cause I'm on the strip shining. We don't move like no clock. But boy, it's big time. And lead a block to my youngster, cause boy, it's big grinding. 20-inch rims. Freaks on film. She eat her, why she eat him? You already know who game tougher than leather. We throw parties that go dumber than ever. Young niggas wildin' out, shaking they dreads. Boy, is you biz or is you smack? Cause you all out the window with a face of a triple stack. I'm money hungry, plus I need all mine. Rigs on the beat, you gon' see our shine. Why you think they call us a dummy foe? Cause we stunt and we stunt hanging out the dope. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo Park. They go dumb up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo Park. They go dumb up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. Every time I hit the block, boom, drop the stuff time. Candy on them dumb things, bumping for one time. I'ma do the fool like I'm mental and ignorant. Jumping at a stop sign while I ain't giving it. Throwing up the block cause you know when I'm feeling it. We ghost ride the whip like we ain't even feeling shit. High feed, call a stunner boy. Tennis shoe every whip, now who's stunting boy? At every function, sideshow, neighborhood event. You catch me dipping in the scraper with the 16-inch flip. Reppin' PA, Menlo, Northern Cali finest. If I'm scraping past $1, mean the police right behind us. We don't care, we going on big perp and X pills. Stunner boys, they stunting the block on big wheels. Get big skrills, cause they ain't fucking with us. We in the building and we feeling like nigga with us. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo Park. They go dumb up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo Park. They go dumb up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. I got a few of my young niggas all out the window. Stunting up the block, niggas know with their info. We feeling stacked, our rims are stacked. Plus we smoking on that perp weed, leaning back. They know we coming up the block, holding the meanest stacks. When you stunt like them stunners, you get mean with raps. Candy paints on the model, we mean at that. Bumping nothing less than 15s and holding us at. And we'll teach you how to stunt. All through the bay, we ride candy and blunt. When we come, the show shut down. No field goals, all touchdowns. Police come, we get goes down. High speed and run them through the whole town and get away. I'm not locked like Akon, supercharged kick, running on stop sign. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's Palo Alto Menlo.
Easily rigged is the best thing smoking.
Okay, you try to sneak one in, huh? Okay, you try to sneak one in.
Man, what would you think about him?
I think you need to go ahead and send that to me, you know what I'm saying? That should say it all. That's going on Ragtop Delta, mate.
Shout out to Miss Polly in the building. Miss Polly, I know you've been lurking in the Twitch streets, the YouTube streets. Keep doing your thing, but if you want to come up, let us know. We're gonna get straight into it. Let me see if I got the title queued up here. But yeah, you gonna post that on the Ragtop Delta? That's what you said. Did you got any?
That's for sure. I actually got a couple of announcements, man, to make real quick.
High value nurses in the building. Shout out. And she says, yes, indeed. I don't know what the yes, indeed was for. But, yeah, if you want to come up, either of y'all let me know, we'll drop the link whenever it's we get a later start. I don't mind getting into it a little bit quicker. Okay, cool. So it looks like she said sure. So this seems to be a pleasant surprise. So of course, if we already know you, then it's good. You can go ahead and come on up. But if not, you got to cam up and verify. You know the routine. Trust, but verify.
Can't be having no funny business, man.
Yeah, we of all the shows.
I got a little something for the car community real quick.
There was one in Oakland. Tariq Nasheed went to that one. I didn't. They've had multiple ones. I didn't go to the most recent one, but I did go to one.
What they talking about?
Accent. But that I'll address on a different stream. I actually got I think I got your email, High Value Nurse, so I may hit you about that. But yeah, for me, I'm definitely an advocate for that. So I'm going to always be pro reparations. Definitely. Because it's not a handout. It's about a debt that's owed,
They're actually talking about something like that at like in California, something being passed or something.
Correct. Yeah, because they know that it's a debt that's owed. They know that the government, you can't say that the government hand to hand in decimating a community, systemically destroying and oppressing a community. And then when it say, all right, well, let's fix it. No, the government shouldn't do nothing. Small government, no handouts, do it yourself. Like, what? That if I go and start knocking stuff down at Miss Polly house, dirty up her carpet, and then I don't want to help her clean it up, I was part of the problem. I could apologize and say, look, I'm sorry for doing this. And then she say, hey, could you help me clean it up? Well, no, it's your house. You do it. Like, bro, you the one who broke everything. I didn't do this to my house. That's essentially what it is. But it's not some rocket science. Every other group has got it. So whether you support it or not, just don't undermine it. If any other group says, hey, look, I'll demand justice for my people, I will respect that. I wouldn't try to undermine that. It just always seems to when it's people that, look like us, then everyone has an issue. It's quite weird. And if people actually didn't fight for reparations, you would be seen weak. It's weird because, and this ain't even part of the show, but since he brought it up, I guess you can tie it into it. Because it's about negativity. Let me see if I got the title up.
Hey, hold on before you get into the topic though, bro.
Yeah,
let me get these announcements out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So May 13th, they got the Jimmy O'Connor Veterans Car Show. That's going to be in Manteca, California. So that's going to be coming up. And then we also got, it's going to be a Modesto. They're going to have jumpers and everything for the kids. They're going to have the car hop there. This is going to be 4th Street Park. And that's going to be May 20th. So that's going to be a pretty dope show. And then also, we got the Real Deal Holyfield. I always attend these ones myself. We got the Savage Sundays. That's going to be going down. That's going to be May 21st. And that's going to be at the East Bay Waterfront. So when that comes closer to coming out, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to definitely speak on that again. But that's usually a good event. Usually Be Legit, he always show up there. Richie Rich always pull up. It's always a real good event, man.
So you gonna bring the toys out or what?
Yeah, well, I gotta take mine in myself, man. I don't know if I'll be able to be in it on the 21st because that's gonna come up really fast. I know what I gotta do. Dude said it's gonna take him a good 2 to 3 weeks, so that'd be pushing it. But I'm gonna still pull up though, man, because I don't never miss the Savage Sundays. It'd be a cool event, man. So those are what's going on for this month so far. So we getting into the car show season, man. So it's gonna be going down, man.
And before we get into the show, we've joined by the illustrious, the prestigious Miss Polly. Is that really her? I almost had to make you verify. I was like, is that really Miss Polly?
Why you say that?
Because you never come on Easily Rigged. That's why I was like, is this really her? Is this a clone?
Y'all up too late. Y'all up too late. That's why.
I got you. Say less. And I can't even hold you on that one. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay. I can't hold you on that one.
Yeah, we kill game after we hear that.
Well, I've been trying to change my schedule up so I'll be up more in the daytime. And I know y'all behind me, y'all in California's out. So like y'all got like 2 hours on me already. So it's like 1 here.
Where exactly are you at? You in what, Nebraska?
Yeah. So it's like 12:41. So like by the time y'all go in, I should really be like into my third hour of sleep.
I totally understand, and that's why I'm respectful of your time, and I'm appreciative that you came up, and that's why we're gonna get right into it. But before we get into it, I don't want to let those announcements that Big Rig said let's just brush them off. What is the car culture like in Nebraska? Like, do they have a car culture?
Yes, they do. They do.
We got to know about that.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you guys know this. Just statistics. May have changed a little bit, but it's like 1 out of 5 people here is a millionaire. So even though there are poor areas, so don't get me wrong on that. But with that being said, it's about relaxation here. They put a lot into entertaining themselves, and cars is one of those things. So like down the road from us, there is a lot of car shows that go on like on a monthly basis. And you can go and look at different cars, and they're in different areas. But yeah, they definitely have a presence. You're very aware of it. So it is nice to see that. And actually, when I went to Colorado Springs, same thing. They have a big car presence, but I do think it has a lot to do with who lives in that area. So yeah, here I definitely think that if you want to look into older cars, there's a lot of from what I see, the area I'm in right now, I see like a lot of 20s vehicles in the 20s. They have very older cars, but they're really, really nice, and kept up well. So it just depends on where you are, but you can find them. It's very easily to have a car show here at least once a month. There's at least a nice one. Yeah.
So do you go to the car shows, or do you just know about the culture?
I know a little bit about the culture. I'm not in it all the way. One of my partners, he really, really loves cars. And so when I met him, I try to get more involved. So he's even restoring a car. He's restoring a Cadillac. And I wanted to know more about it. So the fact that he's into it and that makes him happy, I try to find out more about it. So I have gone to a couple, and so that he can enjoy it. So that's nice.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Miss Polly. See, so now since you opened the door, I can't let you off the hook. I got to ask a little bit more. So did that leak? Because this could help the gentleman out now. That's looking. So. And plus, I would just love to know, because I know they put out a statistic or some sort of study, a psychological study, and it said that the majority, the ideal like car or something, or it wasn't even a car, it was a truck. They said women desire to see a man with a truck because they know he's like working or he's doing something with that. Do you think it's the same sort of attraction with certain cars, where some like muscle cars? Because I know some women have told me personally, like some chicks out here, they got like muscle cars, like Hellcats, like stuff that's like 500 horsepower. So if they see you pull up in a Prius, you can be the greatest dude, but they might
Stay
look
on
at
your
you.
line.
Yeah, they like, is he soft? It's like, I'm just trying to
I
save
do.
gas with a Prius. So could you speak
I
to that
do.
a little bit, or like, did that have anything to do with yo? Because I know you said something about your partner working on cars. Because I know
Yes.
that is an element too, where it can be
Yes.
extremely attractive, right? You see a bunch of people that don't know how to change a tire, and you like, wow, he could change a tire, drop an engine, do this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can just have the floor and speak on what I just laid out there for you.
Yes. I think I'll tell you what is probably the mental part of that is that women find anything that they can't do that someone else can do attractive. And men will focus on those areas that women aren't really taught to focus in. This is, even if you want to say you're a hardcore woman now, you big body, whatever, you do being great, you're not out there working on cars, okay? You're not working on those things. So if a man can bring something that you'll need at some point in time and that would assist you, it's going to be attractive. Let's just be honest about it. So I think that does have something to do with it. And it gives you a little bit of thought of like who they are. Yeah. I mean, shoot, you see a man with some good boots on and a dirty shirt, that man doing something. That's all I gotta say. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Working men, that's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of work he does, but he doing something. That's you never can go wrong with a man with some dirty boots and a messed up shirt. Those are the ones you want.
And the hands that's rough. It's
yeah. Dirty hands.
Doing trails. It's easy to and say, oh, look at this dude. But then if you look at that dude, he probably got a business. He got his own truck that he's pulling a trailer. He's employing people. So some people laugh and ridicule. And I'm like, yeah, you looking flashy with your belt and your super smooth, soft hands. But nothing about you is masculine. And then that's where people get misconstrued and say, I'm a man. No, you're a male. You haven't quite ascended or been even promoted to being a man. You are a male by gender. But like, what have you done to have that rite of passage to just automatically say that you're a man? You could say that, but I don't know. The nature and the universe will say otherwise,
I don't mind a little bit of I don't know. Like I don't mind either way. But I do know it's a different energy. Okay, in a room full of men, it can be, even for other men, intimidating when they see another man who can do those things and they can't. That it could be a problem. I even when I had my kids died and we were, we started doing poly, and I met one of my partners. And he used to be in the Navy. He worked on planes. He do all this stuff with engineering. So like every time I needed something to be fixed, he would just come fix it. And my children's dad, he was a cook. He never learned any of that stuff. He cooked food and things like that, and that was great. But when the door came off the hinges, kids were being too rough, he came in here and he drilled that in and walked out like it was nothing. I was like, God damn, he did something no one else could do, and he fixed the problem. So the washing machine and stuff, he came and fixed it. And that's what he does. So to other men, and he was like, damn, you must really like him because he can do all this other stuff. I said, it is nice to have those things. I mean, that was very true. It was interesting. So even with other men in the room, it makes them feel.
It definitely does. But see, insecurities is a part of human nature. It's just what most people, they don't want to do is admit it. Women, as a woman, you would know, women have all sorts of insecurities when they're looking at other women. Oh, I used to be this weight when I was, I used to be prom queen, but it's like you're not that now. So you might have insecurities. Dudes may used to be the fastest dude at a school, but now you put on some weight. You're not. You're not. Maybe you can get back to that level, but so people have all these insecurities, and sometimes people only focus on the features, right? How they look, but it's also abilities too. when you are surrounded by people and they can just completely outshine you. And it kind of ties back to the topic of negativity loves company. You'll focus on all the things that they can do better than you, and they probably could do 30 things better than you. But you might be able to do 50 things better than them. But you're going to beat yourself up over the 30 things because it might be more what you consider more impactful, right? You can probably list off a bunch of things that the dude could do right. But it's certain things that are considered masculine. I know some people think that if you can't drive a stick, it's just like, bro, boy, you can't drive a stick. But they don't make cars manual. And then if you got a girl that will come up, work, and then you saying, hey, I can't change a tire. Like, what? My daddy showed me how to change a tire. And it do, you know. Or a girl is saying doing her own oil change, and then even if a dude knows that, hey, I could change my tire and I could do, but then if you make him seem obsolete, he's like, what am I even with you for? Or it's like, you know, when some chick's like, why he pumping gas? Well, you already want to change your own tire. Now you want me to hop out. And so once the lines get blurred, Miss Polly, you seem to be able to do things, but like to be laid back and let the dudes do. You got to. It's not really about what you're able to do. I could cook too, right? I can make my own sandwich, and sometimes, because you know the specific ingredients, you probably could make a better sandwich. It's not all. Certain things you just cook better, right? Some people are good at making breakfast and some people are not so good at making dinner, or vice versa, you know. But
I will say, from what I've learned, because I will say I'm very I don't think I'm traditional in any means, but I can act traditional. But which I mean by that is, I've learned over time, and with the partners I chose to be with, they're used to very, very traditional women. So when it came to being even in these relationships, I had to
have no idea what that even means anymore, Miss Polly. I don't want to hold you, but it was like, what does that mean? Because people keep defining it differently. Some people say if you have kids out of wedlock, you're not traditional. Some people say if you don't go to church, you're not traditional. So I just want to just make sure that what was your definition that you were referring to?
What I mean by traditional, I will say traditional to me is in the mindset that the woman is in a very submissive place, and that she has a particular role, and a feminine role in the home, and she only does particular tasks, and a lot of those tasks have to do with being submissive to her husband in full completeness. And what I mean by that is also with, you know, maybe not making the big decisions, or she can have her input, but you know, the decisions made by the gentleman. Maybe she's cooking dinner, she's providing the home with, you know, like, you know, cleaning, all those things like that, and being very, very domestic. A lot of times those are characteristics of someone who's traditional. And yeah, can we say we've gone very far from that? Absolutely. So there is a little bit of a middle and all that great stuff. But when I say I was not, I will say that I wasn't very domestic. Maybe that's another word to put. I wasn't very domestic. So like, I always have been very upfront about who I am. So I say, like, if you come into this, like, you know, like, I'm not really going to cook dinner.
So hold on, Miss Polly. You said you were or were not domestic?
Was not.
But I thought you said that you were traditional. Isn't
traditional and domestic? I will say they go hand in hand.
So you're saying that you were not traditional? Is that?
No.
Okay, my bad. I thought your first position was saying that you were traditional, and that's why I was just trying to clarify.
Oh,
and
yes, no.
But I also asked you to clarify what you meant by traditional. So I was asking two separate questions. So that's why I had just got a little confused on your position. So that's why I clarified it. And
Absolutely.
I had to ask you about traditional. I like at least that you had a summary and some sort of definition, because usually people be bouncing all over the place. And your definition, you didn't even get like super biblical with it. It was just dealing with the man and the woman. So I thought that was a pretty profound way to summarize that.
I will say, I think that even if you weren't into Christianity, in other religions, there's still a role per se. So I don't think it has to really do with religion. I think religion ties into it because it wants to be. That's another conversation. But the thought that I wasn't
I'm anti-tying religion into every conversation. Please don't. Thank you.
I'm not. I threw it away. Yeah, no, that's all off of there. But if we are, saying like cleaning, being very like feminine, like, I know it was not like I'm playing video games with you. Like I'm like not really girly. It just wasn't.
You anti-feminine. Would you consider yourself a tomboy?
I would, yeah. I think as I get older, I'm becoming
or whether let me rephrase it. Do you have the characteristics and attributes of a tomboy or the interest? And when I was growing up, that actually wasn't really it wasn't like derogatory. Like the tomboys in my neighborhood was like better than the boys in basketball. You know, it was like, bro, she's a tomboy, and you laugh. Cooking you on the court, but the thing is, a lot of people, they expected it. Like, yeah, well, she's a tomboy. Like, look how good she is, you know.
Yes.
So I just so we're saying, it's not a derogatory term.
No,
now people are hypersensitive about every little thing.
No, I was out there. I was playing. I played football. I played basketball. I was always with gentlemen. Not like I was with them, but I was, I was one of the guys. Absolutely. That is where I feel more comfortable. I don't really feel comfortable around a lot of women. It's still that way now. It's a little bit better, but it's still the same. So at that, at this juncture now, where I'm becoming a little bit more feminine in particular ways, like the way I dress, things like that. I think that now I have these men who have women who used to run their bath water, who made them breakfast, dinner, and lunch, and like their big meals. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, so I was like, oh snap. And no, they didn't ask me to do any of these things. They didn't say, but I noticed that they would look for things. And I would be like, I know that makes them happy. That makes them feel wanted, needed. These are things that are okay. So if they want to open the damn door, let them open the fucking door. Oh, sorry, my language. Let him open the damn door. If he wants to eat breakfast and he looking for grits, why can't I do that? That makes them happy. That lets them know that I care for them, because that's how they receive love. So I'm going to do that. So I changed how I act, not because, I want them to like me, because they already did that. So they would like me no matter if I did or not. But I know that that's how they accept. They know that that's like the sign to them that like I really care. And so why not do that for them? There's no reason not to, other than me just being prideful. There's no reason I can't make food. I know how to make food. Why not?
Correct.
Yeah, I just do it. And I love to do it for them. I have no issue. So I don't see the problem when you care about someone and you want to show them love the way they'd like to receive it. And it shouldn't be really a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And it looks like we've been joined by some very prestigious guests. So we're just going to get straight into it, because that was pretty dope. We were just freestyling off the top. Miss Polly over here, giving some game for people, So it's up to you to pick up the gems, take out of there. You don't got to agree with the poly lifestyle, but facts are facts, regardless of who says it. So shout out to Miss Polly for that. And let me go ahead and put this up here, because the topic tonight is negativity loves company. And I know Big Riggs had to step out for a second, so I'm gonna go to Stan first and then Mr. Best after. So negativity loves company is just simply people know that misery loves company, right? It's pretty much a form of semantics. Misery, negativity is all synonymous with each other. And people will complain about the very negativity that they enjoy. So when you're looking at people and you look at their timeline, Stan, I think you got a lot of background noise or something, bro. I don't know if you're in a closet or something, cuz, but I'm gonna go ahead and mute it. You playing around in the closet?
That's the fan. That's the fan.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the fan and the AC going on at the same time, and the windows open.
Okay. Well, let me mute you up, Island Boy, so I can
No,
say.
just turn off the fan. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, you good. You good. No, so what I'm essentially saying is with the negativity, people complain about it, but that's ultimately what they enjoy. Most of their news feed is them watching negative stuff. Now, there was some studies where some people, they are often to share things that are more positive, even if it has nothing to do with them. But what they actually watch and consume is more negative. And it's they said it's also part of people putting on a facade of, hey, look, let me share everything going great in my relationship. Here, let me share this funny story, this positive story. But what you don't see is what's in their news feed, in their search history, fight after fight, twerk video, this person arguing with this person, going back and forth in the comments, the negativity. Negativity sells. It sells even higher. If you get into some beef, which is not positive, right? What is positive about beef? But beef could have positive results. So it's negativity, but it can lead to you having some lucrative results. So people actually do embrace and enjoy negativity. So that's just kind of what I wanted to start off with. But before I go to Stan, I want to talk about the impacts of negativity, right? So it could definitely weigh on your mental health. It can lead to depression, anxiety, other issues. You can have a negative outlook on life. You're more likely to experience symptoms of depression and anxiety if you are gravitating towards negativity, right? The energy is the same for you to focus on positivity and negativity, but it's which energy, which forces are you succumbing to? Your mental health is your physical health, so you can't separate the two. If it's affecting your mental health, it's affecting your physical health, which leads to potentially cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, weakened immune function, etc., etc. I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice, so you can look this up. I'm just passing information that is highly publicized and well documented by experts and people that know more about the subject than me. And negativity also impacts your relationships. So negative thinking can damage relationships. People who have negative outlooks on life tend to struggle to maintain positive relationships, whether it's your friends, family, your significant other, and you have difficulty forming new relationships because you've had so many negative experiences. So the negativity becomes normalized. You don't expect for positivity because what you've seen as negativity or what you perceive as negativity, because that's a separate discussion where people misconstrue something as being negative when it's actually constructive, but I'll just start it like that. So Stan, thank you for coming up, and go ahead and speak on the topic. Negativity loves company. Do you need a specific question, or could you just go ahead and rock out?
Go ahead and give me a question.
Okay, cool. So I would say, what negativity, well, actually, let me ask you this. Since negativity loves company, what are some suggestions you have on how to overcome negativity that have worked for you, whether it's either current or in your past? Which practices, which habits have worked for you to overcome thoughts of negativity, insecurity, depression, anxiety? Take it away.
I've learned, well, first of all, I'll say good evening to you and to everyone on the panel. So for me, what I've learned is to look out for covert negative people. And what that look like, it'll be, let me be devil's advocate. So you can share some good news, but there's always something bad about your good news. But they'll say it in a way where it's like, well, that's great you got that bonus, but if you don't, blah, blah, blah. And it's always like a downer. But they say it in a way where it's because, you know, they act like they're concerned. But every time you bring up a topic or whatever, it's always brushed off. So I just, and then to other people, they think like they're so smart. But I'm like, no, it's not like they're smart. It's like they just always counter to whatever it is we're going through, and they just somehow gets the praise for it. So I just leave it alone. I didn't leave those people alone. I just distance myself.
Got you. All right. Thank you for answering that question. And Big Rig, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, cool. Yeah, we said a lot since you was not here, so I just want to give you a chance to just chime in on the topic before we go to Mr. Best and to Miss Polly, because I know she's up really late and just wanted her to speak as much. So go ahead, Big Rig. Do you got anything to just open up the topic with? Negativity loves company.
Yeah, I think negativity does like company, man. I've been around a few negative people in my life, and it seems like, you know, anytime you got something positive going on, they don't really want to, you know, be around or congratulate or any of that. But when you down and out, boy, they like to be around and, you know what I'm saying, talk about whatever it is. It's like almost like they trying to get ammunition from you or something. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely a firm believer in that, man. We can let them ride, and then you can ask me a question or something later. But, you know, I don't want to keep her up. Let her go ahead and do her thing. I heard her speaking a little bit, but I appreciate you coming up, Miss Polly.
Sure.
All right, cool. So Miss Polly, I'm gonna go to Mr. Best, and then I'm gonna come straight back to you. So Mr. Best, the question I have on the table for you is, do you find that negativity motivates you in any way, and how does it impact your motivation and drive to achieve your goals?
I mean, everything is a motivator. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, but I think that overall, you know, I think you know, to just talk about the topic in totality, I think it's just whatever vibe you want. Because if you want a negative vibe, yeah, that negativity can, you know, bring people that are negative. You know what I mean? Because that's the type of vibe they're on. You know what I mean? Your vibe attracts your tribe, as the great Bolo TV says. So, you know what I mean? Bolo, don't get mad at me. Don't find me for that. But yeah, so that's one. And then if you're positive, you know what I mean? A positive energy is going to attract positive energy. You know what I'm saying? You ever talk to someone and all of a sudden, boom, y'all laughing, joking. You can barely know this person, but it's already that vibe. That vibe is there. You know what I'm saying? But if the vibe is off, yeah, you know when the vibe is off. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. You know, but, you know, it is what it, you know, if you want to talk about whatever space you want to talk about, but if you want to specifically talk about, we can talk about life in general, then I go to life, family, and YouTube. So life in general, yeah, you're working, you're doing your 9 to 5. You know what I mean? You're moving around, doing whatever you got to do. So yeah, of course, in those elements, you know what I mean, you can experience negativity or positivity because you're moving amongst people, so the energies are going to be all over the place. Amongst family, you know what I mean, you can see it, and you can see it pretty clearly because you're in close quarters. They're your family. You know them. You grew up with them. And sometimes family can kind of put you in a negative space just because of their judgment of you or because they think they know things about you. Even if you have changed or if you haven't, they still may deem certain things on you, positive or negative. So I think with family it can be kind of complicated because you're always trying to, at least, you know, from my experience, you always can try to show your family who you are, but then they can also just cash whatever they want on you, positively or negatively. Then when it comes to this YouTube thing, you know what I mean? Of course, you're going to have people that's negative and positive. Some people are going to like being around you. Some people are going to hate. Some people are going to support. Some people are going to just do different things. The best thing to do is to stay focused on your overall goal. You know what I mean? Continue just to march on and do what you got to do. You know what I mean? And when dealing with negative people in any aspect, you know what I mean? You know, the great Vaughn ever told me this. He said, never hate those who are negative or who perceive you to be your enemy because they'll cloud your judgment. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Don't hate your enemies, man. They cloud your judgment. Stay focused and keep it pushing. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. So that's my answer.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot for that answer. That was pretty thorough. And Miss Polly, I'm gonna hit you with the same question. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. I just had to make sure. But it says, do you find that negativity motivates you in any way? How does it impact your motivation and drive you to achieve your goals?
Yes. Now I will answer that question, but I did want to just address the negativity love company part. That's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll say I think there's really like two reasons why it seems like it loves company. And the first one I will say is, I think a lot of people go through this, is that with social media and all these other things that we have available to us now, access to see things, that there are people who are already down, and sometimes watching someone else be in a lower place than themselves, they think that, oh, I have one leg up, you know, like for example, you know, oh shoot, my man, I don't have a man, but at least my man don't beat me, so let me watch all the videos you know what I'm saying, that shows that I'm above the girl who gets her butt, you know, beat up because I don't have a man, but I feel I'm in a better place. So I think
or if I have a man, at least he ain't doing me as bad as this girl.
And even if let's say even if their men are actually both bad men, but she thinks she has one up, and you like to watch certain things that make you feel better about yourself, even though they're negative, which doesn't make any sense, but in your mind it does make sense. So let's say, for another example, just for this brief thing, is I know even myself, sometimes I get caught up in it because I may be just trying to tone out stuff, and I'll have Murray come on. People who watch a lot of Murray and all that drama go on, sometimes you're just watching that because you're like, oh, shoot, I'm not in that bad as a position as this is on TV. You feel like you are a little bit above that, so it makes your bad situation not seem as bad.
Yeah, that can never be me, but at the same way, you're kind of ridiculing someone, and then
that's that ammunition I was talking about.
Right.
And sometimes a lot of people's family members are in the same position as those shows on Maury or Jerry Springer.
Yes.
You'll laugh at those people, but then you get mad and bet nobody not be laughing at my cousin. Why not? You laughing at somebody else's cousin.
Right, exactly. It's just you wanted to feel above the madness that's in your life. So that's one reason. And then I think the other reason people like to kind of stay in that negative place, and I don't think it's on purpose. Sometimes it's just be honest and be real with ourselves. It is easy to stay in the position that we are. It is hard to stop hanging out with people who aren't doing good for us. It's hard to, you know, push yourself to wake up and do extra stuff. It's hard to try to lose that 20 pounds. The effort that has to be put in to be positive and move forward is always harder than just standing still. And that's real. It no matter what you say, it's easier not to go to school and study. It's easier just to sit back and hope things change, even though you know it's not going to unless you do something, because it's easier. And some people just want to just sit in there. And I'm not saying they have to. Some people hate being in that position, but it really is hard to put in the work to make changes. And if you're not ready to put in the work, then you're just going to be in the same place. And you got to be willing to put in that work. So sometimes it's just hard. It's hard to do it, but you got to be ready to make that change and make those right movements. So I think that's why people who are in those bad positions like to be around people who are in the same position. And then when one starts to move away, the other one gets kind of upset about it. because they've found their rush, their push. And so now to answer your actual question is what motivates me. I actually, if that negative, even if it's friends, if they're in a negative place, sometimes I won't hang around them as much. I'll say things like, you know what, I'm like, the place you're in is starting to smear off on me, and I'm really want to be positive. I surround myself with people who are very positive, people who are motivated. I usually try to tend to stay in those circles, and even if you only have it for like 6 months, I'll tend to back away from you when you slow down. It's just me, because I feed off of others' energy. So I know that it's easy for me to slip into that.
So let me just for clarification, are you saying that if someone you're close with, if they start becoming negative, that you just tell them straight up, hey, your energy is kind of not befitting of, what I'm looking for to progress in my life? Something along the lines of that type of discussion?
Yeah, and I'll ask if they'd like to change it, if we should make some, I'd give some positive suggestion. But if they want to sit in the sulk, I will make it obvious that is an issue, and I don't want to be around that, because I will soak up that same energy.
Okay. Do you think, so let me just ask you this. When you're saying that, do you have a specific tone when you're doing that? Does the tone change each time? Are you upfront and direct? Do you find yourself to be condescending when you say that, based on your experience? You know what I'm saying? Because I know sometimes you can tell somebody that and they'll say, "You're right, Miss Polly, I need to get my stuff together." And then, because I've had the same thing that you said too, I try to just be upfront. If people don't like it, it's better that we just get it all out, so now we know where we stand. Some people will get mad and then they'll call you back and say, "Bruh, my bad, I was tripping, you were right." Or some people will say, "Hey, you think you know it all and you think you better than me," so could you kind of speak to the different types of receptions you will receive? Because you saying that, some people will seem it like an attack, because even if they are what you're saying, sulking, right? Some people kind of expect, and I'm not saying it's a rightful expectation, they expect you to be sulking with them, or to be like, "It's gonna be okay," So some people feel like you're kind of betraying them by not, kind of not engaging in that. So how do you
just shaking the spot on them real quick, like, "Hey, you know what? Your energy is bad. That shit rubbing off on me. We good and all, but when you get your shit together and some better weather, I'll be back around."
I'll give an example, a real life example that was real close. My aunt, I love her to death, but she had went into my cycle of, and things happen, you get a little depressed or whatever. And I was around her trying to be positive and help with just getting her in a positive state. But she wasn't coming out of it. And what I had to say was like, you know what? And like I said, she started getting that, hearing everybody's drama, and then she tried to tell me all the drama. And I was like, "Listen, ma'am, like, I don't want to talk about other people's drama. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, here and there, you might tell me something because it might be informational, but this is not information. This is just the talk, and we're talking for hours about people and how you feel about what they're doing in their life, and you're not living yours. And I can't keep having the conversations." So then it started from that, and then I just wouldn't. If I called and she start, I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get off the phone." I'm like, "I don't want to talk about that." So it sounds real raw, but it's true. Like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to hear about that. And then I
think
kind
that
of
was a great example.
I ain't gonna lie, that is a great example, but that did sound a little bit rude, Miss Polly.
It did. No, it is. It was my family member, and yes, she was kind of like, but everybody used to me. They know me, so no, like, I'm being like real, but I'm like, yeah. But she knew it, but she kept trying. So apparently she wasn't rude enough, and it was okay. So we kind of ended up being like, if she called and she started going down the river, I'd say, "Okay, well, I don't really want to talk about this. Talk about something else." And if she couldn't change the subject, I'd be like, "I gotta go." Like, I would do that because that wasn't working for me. being in the house 2-3 hours, 4 hours talking about other people. It was not okay. It wasn't making me feel good, and I felt like that wasn't my place to do that. So I chose. We going to the store. Are we gonna go? Look into some stuff for us. Like I would do that. I would change the subject. And that's just what it is. And now she kind of gets the hint. Like now I can be like, yeah. So
like that Kendrick Lamar,
I don't want to talk about that. And then she'll either move on and she'll be like, okay, if you don't want to hear about it, it's okay, because she knows listen, I'll cut them off.
Please don't kill my vibe. Please don't kill my vibe.
Don't do it. And that sounds wrong. And like you said, people think you're an asshole. Everyone thinks I'm an asshole sometimes, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to you. What am I lying to you for?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Miss Polly.
I'm gonna tell you that I love hearing about everybody's drama and all that and wasting my time. I mean, I could have did so much stuff today other than hear you talk about the same person every day. It's not gonna work. And I just couldn't do it.
Miss Polly, I thought you.
I mean, you could, but see, the thing was, I wasn't. Listen, this is what I even told her. I'm not helping you. These conversations aren't about you. They're not helping you do anything. So it's not like I'm helping you or counseling you to do something positive for you. It's just you bringing up drama about other people, and that's not helping us move any positive way. So all this really
is your big auntie. That's your big auntie you talking about?
This is what it is. Yeah. And this what
she just wanted to have some conversation,
No, my big auntie ain't that much older than me. Ain't that much older.
But you know what, Miss Polly? They in therapy they teach us that we have to do that because that does bring you into deeper depression. You do have to put that boundary up, and it doesn't help the other person as well. So you're doing a good thing because you have to do that because it does impacts your mental health and also your physical health when you constantly allow somebody to cross that boundary. So you did the right thing because
you speak on the boundary a little bit more. Like what could you?
He ain't gonna let that go.
Because it's true though. A lot of people don't know. Maybe y'all never had this before, but when you're doing good or better than some other family member, people start super counting your pockets. Oh, you got it. You go to the restaurant and people order some extra. Oh, dang, I forgot my wallet. And then it's like, oh, bro, you tripping off a little funky $50? You tripping off a funky $100? And then you start thinking like...
And they call it funky and all that shit, too. Though. That's crazy,
where's that $100 at, though?
That's got to be the line of all lines, bro.
That's it.
But if it's funky, where's their $100? I'm like, what?
Right, where's your funky $100 at, motherfucker?
Hey,
don't be talking my dollars.
Stan, bro, that's where I be at with it. But then sometimes, like Miss Polly was saying earlier, like when someone is in an abusive relationship, they'll say, yeah, my man only slapped me 2 times. This chick didn't slap me 10 times.
They will. He's telling that. You hear people say, oh, he ain't never slapped
me. I seen you get slapped last week.
He ain't slapped me in 2 months, so they'll find ways to justify it. So sometimes we do that too, where, look, I know so-and-so is bad with money. Big Rig need to borrow $300. Man, I know he just gonna spend it on some shoes. But man, that is my family, bro. Man, I'm
Haitian. I'm Haitian. Go work. Go sell shoes. Sit on the corner, do something. But don't be counting my pockets. Like, don't do it. Like, I'm Haitian. I'm very like with family. I look at them side eyes like, why you counting?
You kind of stingy, Stan.
I ain't stingy. Look, I'm from the islands, and Miss Polly will tell you there's the worst thing you can do. Like, I don't post my lifestyle, what I be doing, because what I don't want to happen to me is that some kid from the islands gonna come with that big old envelope because I'm like lavish, and they're gonna go ahead and give me a kid that's adopted because that kid ain't going back to the islands. They came out with a big old envelope with all their documents. No.
I'm about to filet mignon this as I always do. See, there's a reason why most people haven't seen Mr. Best and won't meet Mr. Best on his YouTube shit. Because most people don't want to be there for you when you really go through shit. They don't. They just want to be there for the good times. They just want to be there for the laughs and for the jokes. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be there with you in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? And me, I don't rock like that. I don't. You know what I mean? The people that's really with me, like my brother, who even though we're not related, but we brothers, always been there for me, always been there with me in the trenches. In the worst of the worst and the best of the best. And I have done the same for him. So if somebody ain't willing to really do that for me, I don't fuck with them. Completely honest. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. We as people have to understand that at times people are going to go through ups and downs. You know what I mean? If we truly love somebody, we'll be there for them in the ups and downs. You know what I'm saying? Now, in that, yes, you do want to make sure that you are not endangering yourself or the people around you and helping somebody else. Of course. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, you know what I'm saying, we don't really want to, most of us don't really want to be there when shit really get left at times. We don't. We say we do, but we don't. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. As far as like, you know, I think the problem with our people is that, like, in leadership, we gotta understand when you lead or you doing better than other people or you doing more than somebody else, then that shit comes with certain shit. Some people gonna look at you to do something more. Some people gonna look at you to be more than what the average person is. And sometimes you don't want that. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a leader to some of my siblings. I don't want to be a leader to some of my cousins. I don't want that shit. But guess what? That's what it comes with. You know what I mean? That's what it comes with. They're gonna look to me for certain shit. Because a certain parent wasn't there, or a certain this one wasn't there, or certain somebody wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard. I got a cousin right now that I know that I need to unblock and talk to and just have the honest one-on-one with them and probably help them out. And I don't really want to help them out, but I know for me, I have to. You know what I'm saying? How can I say I love them if I let them suffer? You know what I'm saying? But that's me. But look, I got to clean my house. I got to sweep them out my floor. I'm out with you good people later. And I got to work out and go to sleep because I got to work in the morning. Peace and love, y'all. I'm out.
Peace out, bro.
Peace 84.
Thanks for saying that. So what do you got to say to that, Stan? You got any rebuttal?
Oh, not rebuttal. I had to put boundaries with my family because I can't take care of everybody. Because I know what he's saying, and there's like a couple of other cousins who are in the same position, and we all had to talk about that because when you're in that position and then you don't take care of your own life, it brings you to a bigger depression because you're taking care of other people. And that's why I had to put the boundaries up, because I can't, because in order for me to be in this role, I have to pour into my own life. I can't pour out something
that's when I was asking you about the boundaries. I actually wasn't joking. I was trying to
talk to Miss Polly. I thought you talked to Miss Polly, not me.
Well, Miss Polly kind of explained a little bit more. I was asking you, Stan, because I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, how do you determine what is the boundary? Oh,
what I had to do was seeing stuff I wasn't okay with. Like, for example, I remember my stepbrother was being upset on how I was taking care of my kid instead of helping him out with my niece. And I'm just like, yo, like what I do for my kid is my kid, like it's different. Or assuming that I have money, and everybody knows like when you have children, you just can't loan money out, or you have responsibilities. You just can't give out money like that because those money's allocated to what you have to do responsible, right? So I couldn't do it. So that was like a riff, and I haven't talked to him in like I think 5 years. Because it was just ridiculous, the expectations that was there. So I had to cut stuff out because it's a lot different when you have a family to take care of, and family members. Is not the same thing if I was just by myself, not taking care of anybody, right?
Yeah,
I can't take care of the whole world.
Priorities too, right?
Yeah, and I got it like at the same time, right?
You're basically saying like I don't hate you, brother, but I gotta make a choice, right?
Yeah, because here it is. This is a child. You're grown.
That's exactly what it is. What Stan's saying is a straight fact, bro. That's
Hey, yeah, now I see what you're saying, Big Rig, where it comes down to you got to get something for your son. I'm like, come on, Big Rig, you can hold it, but it's like, bro, I'm
Right.
kind of taking food out my son's mouth.
And people don't get that,
Or
right?
you just never know what's gonna pop up, come up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole different ball game. You know what I'm saying? So you just move in a whole different way. You know, and that's really how you should move. You know what I'm saying? Because what you look like doing something right, being cool, you lend your partner whatever, and the next thing you know, your kids is like, oh, you know, I really wanted to go to the Whoop-De-Wop. It's a field trip. It's gonna cost $100, and you like, man, I just lent Whoop-De-Whoop. It's $200. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now you could do it and all, but it's just like, man, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to keep your priorities right. You just never know what's gonna pop up.
Yeah, I mean, there's always.
Because now you lent your partner money. Now you doing this shit for your kids, and now you the one in the slump.
And then you ask for the money back, they like, well, here's your little funky little $2.
Yeah.
I gave you $200.
Now when it's time to get that 200 back, like how we spoke before, you remember that topic? You like, yeah, man, you know, I can't get
Hey, and Miss Polly, I'm gonna let you go, but then like you said, when you give it to them, it smells like potpourri. when they owe you your little funky 200, I'm like, how did this suddenly start? Where did this smell come from? And not only that, look, I gave you 200. I gave you $200 bills. You try to give me
5 1s, 10s, 20s.
They try to give you here. Let me give you 75 today. Then I'll shoot you another 100. Then I'll shoot you the 25. Like, bro,
that's how it go, though. Hey, and look, exactly. I'm not on the other end of that stick, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's like hearing the story, my nigga. I'm like, fuck, man. All right. You know what I'm saying?
So
that's what you trying
to say, Big Rig, you ain't letting people hold nothing?
Nah, I don't got no problem, you know what I'm saying, when it's, you know, but at the same time, I just hate them stories, bro. That's what I'm saying. I don't be on the other side of that. It's like I be the motherfucker hearing the story, bro. I be like, fuck, man. Because like if I go through it like that, you know what I mean? I'm gonna make it. Hey, bro, I'm gonna be at you. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the week, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even gotta call me. You feel me? I'm you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, like, don't worry.
I know how it goes.
Oh, you, Miss Polly, go ahead and build on that.
Oh no, I said, I heard a lesson that a long time ago.
Hold on, before you go, let me set this up for you, Miss Polly. Have you ever loaned money?
Yes.
And have people ever stiffed you on the money?
Not stiffed.
Well, this is the thing, because the rule I'm about to tell you: if you don't have it to not get back, don't give it. So if you ask me for 20 and I know I might need that 20 later this week for gas, I'm gonna tell you I don't have it. But if I have 20 and it doesn't matter if it's here or not, I give it to you. That's how I do it. So that way, if you don't give it back, I actually don't expect you to give it back. If you do, it's a blessing. If I don't, it is what it is, and I don't expect it back.
So you've been stiffed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I actually tell them, no, you can have it. I'll say you can have it.
Yeah.
I don't want to play that game. Yeah.
I was going to say, Miss Polly, you actually make a great point, because otherwise you are getting stiff. So what you need to make very clear is that I'm giving you this money. As soon as you say that it's a loan or it's borrowed, then now it's a contract and it's still a purpose. Correct.
No, I don't even do that. If you ask me for something, I'll say yes. I'll say, I'm like, I got you. Don't worry about it. I usually say that. That's no like, pay me back.
Here, bro, it's good. You feel me? It's good, bro.
That's kind of the only way to do it.
Right.
Yeah, you can't tell them to give it to you, because, like, I'm just saying, I got a lot of kids, okay? So first off, I ain't playing with nobody like that. So at the end of the day, if you ask me something, I'm be like, yeah, because I know things come up. I mean, these kids blink and they fall out. All I'm trying to say is, if I ain't got it, If I have it, I'm gonna tell you no. That's just what it is. I'm gonna tell you no. But if I have it and it's maybe like it's gonna be my money for me to, I don't know, go eat out or something, I'm like, sure, that's cool. If I feel that way.
Hold on, Miss Polly. I'm glad you said that because I've seen this, and like Big Rick said, when you're on the other side of that story. So I'll put a scenario out, and maybe this has happened to you or you heard about it. Some people will say that too, where hey, look, man, hey, Miss Polly, could I hold $100? Oh, sorry, I don't got it. And then I see Miss Polly online, and then Miss Polly eating at Roof Chris, and then Miss Polly going to all of these shopping sprees. Now, look, it's
she got her nails done and toes and all kind of.
But that's me. Yeah, and I have to tell him you know what? I've gone to so I told somebody asked me.
Already going off B-Eazy. You can't even continue.
Right. I went to see, but then again, that person's not thinking because, okay, for example, this is a good example because someone asked me for they asked for $50 something, and I was like, yeah, I don't got it. And the reason why I didn't have it is because I was saving so I could go to this restaurant I really want to go to, but the bare minimum there is $60 for just the main meat, not including the sides. So I know I'm spending $200 plus, but I really wanted to go to this place. I've been saving for it. So I told them I didn't have it, and I sure enough took pictures and put that shit up there, and I said, yes, I did enjoy that shit because I paid for that.
Right.
That's not cold. That's for sure.
Right.
And you know what? Wait. I made it worse. I brought them back a sample. Okay, I brought them back a sample, and I said,
"Hey, you know what? You MVP
that's how close they was to you to where you brought them back samples and shit."
I said I got some samples
for you, but I got some samples of this $2 meal. I done, you know what I'm saying?
It is because you know what. And you know what else it matters too? Because sometimes they'll be like, yeah, I just wanted to get this, can I borrow some money? And sometimes people ask to borrow money for stupid reasons. Like, oh, I wanted to go get my nails done, or I wanted to get my hair done.
The reason can mean something.
I'm not paying for you to have fun, okay? And that's not gonna work. You need help with food or something, that's fine. You talking about you need $50 because you was short, so now you can't get your nails filled in. That ain't gonna work for me. And I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do me. And I work for that, and that's what it is. You shouldn't feel bad about spending money that you worked hard for because someone else doesn't have.
Remember that.
Miss Polly, I thought you was this just sweet little dainty Midwest bumpkin, but now that I'm hearing you, I gotta hit you with one of these.
You know, I was from Florida. Don't be crazy.
There you go.
I'm from Florida. We don't do that. I'm cold. I'm cold blooded.
No, it ain't nothing wrong with it.
It's James, come on when she come in the room.
Hey, but see, look, that scenario I described, that was just freestyle. I didn't know it. You actually, but I figured that you could relate to it. But that's what I was just essentially asking, because that's what sometimes people do. Like you said, technically you did have it. So now people have resentment for you. Oh, she wanna.
No, I didn't have it. You're wrong.
Oh no, you had it.
You're making sense.
You had it.
Didn't have it because I didn't have it for you.
You wanted to spend it on that meal you wanted, but you had it.
I had it for me. That was right. I had it for me. That was me. Me and my partner went out and had a delightful dinner that we had been waiting for a whole 2-3 weeks. So yes, we enjoyed ourselves. That was something that was for me. I'm not going to give that to you. And especially when you tell me it's for foolishness. So that's just not going to fly with me. But I will bring you a sample back and you can sit.
I will bring you a sample back.
Here, get some ketchup.
I'd be like, man, you keep that sample and shove it up. I might have been like, man, I don't want that mother.
Back a condiment.
Oh, man.
Wait, guys. Y'all making it sound bad. I brought back some good desserts.
No,
okay.
Hey, I'm on your side, Miss Polly.
I'm just, hey, Miss Polly, for real though, you do your thing, man. I'm lightweight trolling, but I mean, at the same time, don't offer me no goddamn some of that plate, and I needed $50 for whatever foolishness I was asking for.
Yeah,
I'll
come on,
give you a
man.
sample.
I can't participate. And
Yeah.
you know what? I want you to do that to me, B-Eazy. If I come to you and say, hey, I need to borrow $50 because I want to redo the front of my hair and I was short. I want you to say, no, bitch. I'm going to go do me. I want you to say it. And I will be
Miss
just
Polly, language.
so sorry.
I don't know what they doing in Nebraska, but they going hard out there, man.
I respect it. I definitely
But you know
respect it.
what? But you know what? Here's something, right? With people who are married and people asking married people money and then getting mad at married people for doing things they need for themselves, I have to say it's ridiculous.
Well,
Because you
that's
come in and like, I need $1,000, but then you see them redoing their kitchen. They already paid for that. They gotta pay contractors and do work. Like, are you gonna work for that $1,000 you asking for? Because that's why,
Right.
there's a lot of rich people I know, like, they don't loan money, they make you work for it. They're like, look, I don't give out no money, but I need some help moving stuff out the garage, it'd be $500.
There you go.
Right?
Right. Save me money and you money. Let's win. Every
Don't
day.
nobody want to be taken advantage of in no type of way, man. Even if, like you say, you're a millionaire, man, help me with some of this shit up in the garage or something, man. I'll go ahead and give you like $500-600 or something.
Well, wouldn't it make you feel better that you actually earned the money you got instead of just taking a handout?
Of course.
Are we sure?
there you
See,
go.
I think what we have here.
This where people get. I'm gonna let you cook, Stan, and I do agree. If we lived in a morally sound nation, which we don't currently, but now what people want is entitlements, bruh. They've seen certain groups, certain people get entitlements left and right. So a lot of people do believe that they're entitled. So if someone is saying, yeah, I could work for it, but this is where it goes back to the kind of pocket watching. It's like, Miss Polly, you didn't have to spend $200 on that plate. You could have helped a brother out. You didn't have to get that Birkin bag. You know what I mean? You didn't have to buy that Lamborghini. This where it's like, where people get contentious, because it's like, hold on, it's my money. If I want to buy this food, if I want to buy this car, but then other people are saying, yeah, but we're supposed to be friends, or I have even a more further expectation, as us being family or something, whether it's true or not. People act like you're closer than close to say, hey, you didn't need to spend $500 on those Jordans. You could have gave me $100. All I asked for was $100, and you spent $500 on shoes. You see what I'm saying? Like, people feel entitled to that, and they'll try to rationalize it. And you could kind of think and say, well, you know what? I could have just got some groceries and made a steak at home, but I wanted to go to the restaurant that was $300, and I worked myself out. So some people will rationalize it and start to feel guilty, which I don't think you should. And others will say, you know what? Now I'm going to get an even more expensive plate. So I think that's where it is very nuanced, but people get contentious because they start pocket watching even more, because they know how much they don't have, and they see how much you are willing to spend on indulgence. $300 to eat at a restaurant, when somebody is like, man, all I needed was 50,
That's 50 less than I can purchase at the store. And then another thing, if you thought about it too, if this false sense of entitlement to things, it's just ridiculous, because yeah, you're right, I didn't have to do that, but I did have to wake up and do doubles for 3 or 4 days. So I'm making a sacrifice that will result in something positive. And if other people don't see that because they're in this bad place, because they believe everyone's problems are caused by someone else other than themselves, then that's really their problem, not yours.
Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say about entitled people. There's a 3-word acronym. OPM. Other people's money.
It was speaking of that, Stan.
Because other people's money, these are the same people, they watching you. But I'm like, if you're watching me, why are you not watching yourself? Like, how are you watching me say, I gotta save money. I gotta buy stuff. I want to retire. I don't work for you.
They're trying to make sure you save so they know how much they can ask you for.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't work for you. I don't claim you on my taxes.
You could, though.
I think all of us should. If people come at us like that, I need to claim you as dependent. You acting like dependent, watching what I eat, watching where I go, seeing what I spend, calculating. What you want? You gonna give me a Christmas list? Like, what is this stuff? You are an adult. Nobody's going to be taking care of you. Like, nobody's going to take care of me. Nobody's going to take care of us. We all have to work. I don't understand that stuff. And to some of the people that do the OPM, now look, I'm cold. Yes, I'm going to admit it. I'm cold. Even in my job, they call me, if I was a Disney princess, I'll be Elsa. I'm just cold with it. I'm like, look, if you're that much dependent, go get married. Go on and get married. Let somebody take care of you. Stop coming to ask me for stuff. Go get married. You gotta be somebody's responsibility. And
moral to the story: don't ask Stan to borrow shit. He's not giving. He ain't giving up no paper.
Look,
so don't ask him.
You these hands. That's
he'll
what
give you the shirt off his back, but don't you ask him for no scratch.
Look, I'll give you these hands. That's all I got.
That's rough. That's rough.
Hey,
yeah, because that is rough. I was going to try. Because I was
I
going to
did. He said, no, he said you ain't going to scratch his back.
No, I said he'll give you the shirt off his back, but don't you ask him for no scratch.
Lord pray.
Skrilla scratch paper, right? Don't ask him for no type of moolah.
Well, Stan ain't alone. I was gonna hit Stan up for try to get 50 from Stan, 50 from Miss Polly, but
no OPM, bro. No OPM. Look. If you're a single man, start giving out free wee wee. Make that wee wee work for you. Don't be giving out no free wee wee.
Lord, oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. If you listen, I'm not promoting or soliciting anyone to do anything. When I'm telling you that, this is just being real ridiculous right now. Because nighttime I get raw. If you're putting it out there, you're not putting it out there for free, okay? Because there are toys to purchase for those things. We don't gotta do that. If you out here, you better be getting paid. Don't be out here giving it all for free and then complain your refrigerator is empty. I will be honest, that sounds ridiculous. Regardless.
Yeah, there's some people asking me for money. I'm like, you ain't paid rent for 3 years, and you was working. And I saw you on what's those thing called those shorts on IG. You was going on cruise ships. Like, what are you doing? Hey, blood, can I get like 500? What?
No.
It's only a little 500. If it's little, why you ain't got it? Because you definitely was traveling. You definitely was renting cars.
No.
And how many times you go to Miami? Miami ain't cheap, especially when they have that what they call that stuff when you rent the hotel room every day, resort fees.
Yeah, resort fee.
Right. So I'm like, man, you did all these traveling for 3 years and you didn't pay rent. So now they about to kick you out and all the other stuff. Now you asking everybody for money. And I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. OPM. Like, you're entitled to everybody else's money, but we're not entitled to your money or your lifestyle. So, like, why is that negative? I'm just calling you out on it. Go ahead.
Don't they say? I was gonna say you saying all this stuff, but don't they say it takes a village
to do what?
What we doing? Have told you
for kids, man. For kids, man.
No, the kids ain't got nothing to do with your ass. That's separate.
That's what I'm saying. That's what take a village come in at. I don't know what B-Eazy trying to put some adults in that shit in there. That's for the kids, man.
Here it is. You live rent free for 3 years with the kids. The village chief have now told you need to pay up. There you go.
Man, it takes a village to raise these kids, man. That's all I'm saying. That's the only saying I know.
Wait, this is what you gotta do.
Give me a PS4.
You gotta say F that. What you gotta do is when they start acting crazy like that, they say, "Oh, I have babies in the house." What men need to do is say, "Oh, your babies are hungry. Okay, I want you to go buy a Happy Meal. Make sure it's a Happy Meal and give it just to the baby. Let him sit in the car with you and eat it, and send his ass right back in the house with no lights. That's what the fuck I want you to do." Okay, excuse my language.
Buy that
That's
baby
what,
no Happy Meal.
now the baby's got food and you don't got nothing. You be hungry and you sit there looking stupid. That's what you can do. I'm not helping nobody with foolishness. Talking about you didn't turn your lights on because you got your hair done and went to Miami. That ain't gonna work. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yeah, I think now, I think now what you see now more big B-Eazy is like people taking advantage. Everybody here has been nice, and all of us we've been taking advantage. We're not nice anymore.
Okay,
it's a wrap.
Stan, you ain't nice, Stan. I don't know. When's the last time you got taken advantage? Because you own it.
Nice.
Look,
so I don't
right
know.
now, what you getting now is Uncle Bunga. I got a machete. That's where we at right now.
Hey, Stan, I mean, how long did it take you to get this way? Was it 5 years, 10 years after people screwing you over?
A month? Like, what was it, bro?
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it was.
Look, we're not going through the whole history of Stan, but let's be honest. All of us have seen it. All of us.
Not the history of Stan.
These games. Everybody on this panel knows somebody who has not worked. All of us know somebody since high school has never had a job, who posts they going somewhere, and we know they don't hustle, they ain't got no job, and they go on vacations and they post, "I deserve it." How? And what for?
That's the caption?
Who does that?
Ain't that a bitch?
We all know them. We all know them. They always going to New York. They're always going somewhere. And we're like looking like, you have never claimed a W-2. You are 38 years old. How is this possible?
I'm not gonna lie. It's a couple people I'm saying, bro, how are you I literally could factually prove on paper and pull out money and show that I have more money than you, and you taking more trips than I've ever taken in my life. It'd be wild.
Yes.
You done hit the block and a couple of corners and shit. Like, how the fuck?
Bruh, I couldn't believe it. I saw people around celebrities, stars, and then they got back home. I ain't gonna say no names, and it was time to go to a function. They was like, "Hey, could you come pick me up?" I was like, "Won't you just meet me at the place?" Or I don't got no car. I'm like, all them trips you went on and you don't got no car. Like, I mean, it's cool, bro. I'll come pick you up. Then I was like, just shoot me a little bit for gas. Oh, bruh. Gas? You asking for gas money? Like, yeah, cuz like you're not meeting me at the event. I'm coming far. I gotta cross the bridge. You wanted me to come pick you up, drive you to the event, then drive you back, then drive back to my house, and then you saying, "Oh, bro, you tripping off gas?" Bro, gas out here is like $4.50 and up. What are we talking about?
Not including your time.
Yeah. And guess what? You know the worst? Those are the same people, right? You go to the tapas bars, right? Go get some tapa, right? And everybody go ahead and get a little happy and buying stuff. Now, I don't know if I've been to a tapa bar, right? But them little tapa plates don't fill nobody up. And then you got to share with everybody at the table, right? And then here's the bill. It's $2,000. Here's Mr. I ain't got no money, or Ms. I ain't got no money, who bought mojitos, the pictures, and everything else, and like, well, I got 40. I'm like, if you don't care,
but Stan, the only reason why, first of all, like
that don't even cover the tip.
Hey, Stan, bruh, I don't know why people do this stuff. Like y'all are some cool people. This is what I would do. I have no issue going to houses, going to tellies, going to resorts. I get suites and I bring the party there. I go out, name a city, Miami. If I'm in Nebraska, I'm going out in Nebraska. I'm recruiting some corn huskers and I'm bringing them back to my spot. That's how the party and stuff is going to ensue. So when these people be going out spending $2,000 for watered down drinks, and then you running all this stuff on your bill, and now you asking Stan or Big Rigs to borrow money, it's like, bruh, you would have spent not even a quarter of that if you would have just did that. You know what I mean? For the money that you spent on the drinks, you could have been renting out a mansion. Instead, that's just for the club. We're not even getting into gas money. We're not even getting into your outfit. We're not getting into your flight. So people waste money just for a 15-second reel to say, look, I had some bartender pour vodka in my mouth. You pay $2,000. That's what people be doing. Stan, haven't you seen those videos?
I've seen those videos. I've also
and
been
the caption says, "And I deserve this."
Facts.
Exactly. And that's what they say, right? And that's the friend who went ahead and paid for it. Help them out so they can be out their depression, so they're not going to be negative. They say they're going to get you back.
Miss Polly, you haven't seen that? I'm asking Miss Polly. Miss Polly seems surprised. What, you haven't seen that or something?
No, I don't actually drink any alcohol. I think alcohol is very.
That's right, Miss Polly. You a homebody, right?
I don't drink. I didn't say all the other stuff you just said, but I don't. I definitely don't drink. I think that's why some men like to date me before, because they're like, you don't drink, and I just watch them drink. And, I'll get you drunk if that.
Miss Sober, we got you. Miss Sobriety.
So I save you some money. Come out with me. I'll save you some money. We all be richer.
Hey, that's why they like you.
Exactly.
one less drink. You feel me? That you seeming to be quite a package deal, Miss Polly. outside of the non-traditional proclivities, but it seems like you working on that. So
yes, I am working on it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. Hearing about bath water being ran and all that's a little extra for me, but I don't mind, getting the feet done, and I can do that for you. I could do some things, but yeah, that's a little extra.
I respect.
But look, for us money makers on this panel, since we're the ones actually making the money, I got some good news for y'all.
What's that?
Olive Garden just bought out Ruth Chris. We can now officially go ahead and treat somebody.
Hold on, so is that fact? Is that fact?
Yeah,
Stan?
yeah. Olive Garden bought out Ruth Chris.
What? When was it?
2 for $20. Here we come.
I'm gonna look that up.
God.
Hey,
I've never gone there before.
I love me a 2 for $20. Don't. Hold on, Olive Garden had 2 for $20. I thought that was Applebee's.
Yeah, that's
Applebee's. $2.25. Everybody has a 2 for $20. Everybody has like a.
Oh yeah.
Chili's.
I think Chili's got one. I think they upped it. I think it's like 2 for $25 now, or 2 for $30 or something.
Now that's not at Olive Garden. Y'all need to stop.
That's
I work for
Olive Garden's at a 2 for $20.
Like, Stan, are you
no, they have the endless pasta. Y'all know I work for the chain.
I never ate Olive Garden in my life.
What?
Oh, what?
Never.
Yeah, we need to end that. You need to end that. You'll love Olive Garden.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to take Big Rig to Olive Garden.
Not the one they're not that good.
Miss Pop. Hold on, Miss Polly. Did you what did you say about the 2 for $25? Did you say that was cool or
No, I said that's not at that restaurant. I said I work for the chain, so I know it's not 2 for $25. I know.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Stan was capping. Come on, Stan.
Look,
you was on point tonight. Now you capping.
Hey,
come on, brother.
Hey, 2 for $20, 2 for $25. If you not paying, don't complain. Eat your meal. You're not paying. You're not paying.
That is true.
Eat your meal.
And I was about to say, Miss Polly, how do you even know the price? You don't pay for your meals.
I do pay for my meals. I actually don't let men buy me dinner.
Oh yeah, you ultra.
All right, Miss Polly.
Yeah, I'm like, are you capping right now, Miss Polly?
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is going on, man?
So like the first date I go on, I have this thing with money. Don't count this for every woman. Every woman here, do not take heed. This is me because I have a bad relationship with money and men. I feel like men are purchasing me. It makes me feel very insecure. I don't like it. So I will not allow them to buy me like dinner and stuff. The first interactions, it makes me feel uncomfortable. So yes, I will buy my own stuff.
Hold on, come on, Miss Polly. That was asinine. I can't just.
I'm
let
being
that
honest. I'm honest.
No, I appreciate the honesty, and I'm speaking to the honesty, and I'm honestly saying your statement was asinine. You saying that people, because you think that he's purchasing you, how physically, if he purchased you, he would be able to do. If I purchase a shoe, I could put on that shoe, I could throw that shoe, I could return that shoe because it's my shoe. If the dude is getting you something, he's actually, for one, purchasing you a gift or a product and or service. And hold on, I'm gonna let you go in. And he's also purchasing your time and companionship, which is separate from you. Because if someone was purchasing you, Miss Polly, the first thing they would do is not to eat a plate of pasta. They would probably want to eat a plate of Miss Polly. So they didn't purchase you. So let's not do that, Miss Polly.
So cut the goddamn crap.
Wait. Okay. And in the same breath you're saying that, which I appreciate you gentlemen for doing such. In the same breath I'm telling you, I lived in Florida and I have had men come to me, even men I've been with, and say, I bought you that, so are you putting out? And that is it. And they expect you to put out.
Wow. That's some cold dudes, Miss Polly. That's some cold dudes.
Different energy.
Hey, put up that cold thing. Be easy.
Yeah, Florida's different.
Yes, it's different. No, Florida's different. If I take the expectation away from men, and if I take that away, then they have to stand on just being you. If I'm gonna put out for you, I'm gonna put out for you. I'm not gonna put out because you bought a dinner.
It was coming at you, gorilla.
Yeah, that's Florida. Florida's like, baby, I bought you 4 for 4.
They will tell you.
Kisses?
They will tell you that. They will tell you that. They have no shame.
Oh yeah, Florida is a different. Yeah, Florida is like. It's exchange. They want exchange.
A different beast. I see what you saying.
They be like, listen. I've heard them literally say, "Hey, listen, if you suck I'll pay your lights." You like, wait, what? That's like a come on statement to these gentlemen in some of these places. That is not cool.
I know cats from Atlanta, they be saying, I think it was Atlanta, some other people, they say like tricking is a sport for them. And 2 Chainz say, if you got some good coochie, you should always have your rent paid. You know what I mean?
You see that? That's horrible. Like, I'm not doing that. So I have to be like, listen, I want you to know that I'm here because I would like to get to know you. And I don't want you to feel it. That's what it felt like. But now, I mean, I've met different men who are in Florida, and it's a different energy, and I don't feel that way. But for my guard up, I usually be like, I feel uncomfortable, if that makes sense. I feel uncomfortable. That's all. It's not a big deal. I just feel uncomfortable. It usually ends, and then I'm fine. We're good.
You feel uncomfortable about what?
Like, I feel uncomfortable, like, in the atmosphere of feeling like I'm not sure of what you think's happening because we're sitting here.
Hold on. That's tied to the topic of negativity loves company. Maybe some people that genuinely just want to enjoy, because I mean, you are a pretty fun, creative, down to earth person. Some people may want to just enjoy the time spent with you and embrace the companionship that's going on. But your negative ways of thinking thinks that they just want to get between.
Well, that's why I said that is something that is part of my insecurity as a person, but I don't allow it to make me not go out with people. I still go out with people. I might feel weird.
You said insecurity. And I think that was good, but is it also a projection? Could you also be thinking like, hey, this person wants to, give me some loving and knock some boots because ultimately that's what you want to do? So you assuming that person wants to do that? Is that a possibility?
I assume that most men who would like to take me out on dinner would like to do that, yes.
Okay, well, yeah.
Unless it's said otherwise.
You would be correct.
Okay. So I'm just saying, so in my mind, it's not all crazy. It is, it's one of those things. And then I have had incidents, unfortunately, where I thought people were my friends. And then later down the line, they're like, oh, no, I really liked you. And then, like, so my mentality of you just liking to be in my atmosphere and enjoy me as a person, now you've taken that from me and made it into something else. And now I feel insecure that you actually like me for me, or you're just trying to get close enough to me to change
Hold
into
on,
something
Miss
else.
Polly. Hold on,
See?
Miss Polly.
There you go. And it always happens.
Yeah, I gotta hit you with one of these. I was rocking with you. Where is it at?
Hold on. If it's up, then it's stuck, man.
Really?
I had to hit you with that one. The way you framed it, you said the way he takes something from me, and it was almost victim blaming. You're blaming the dude who was the victim of being in the friend zone, the dude who was a friend to you, knowing that hey, I love Miss Polly, I want to be a friend for her, and I want to progress this. And what did you do? You left him in the friend zone, and
Did you just say that lie? I don't leave nobody in the friend zone. I tell you, ain't ever gonna come up on this pole. I'll let you know. Ain't no scariness. Well, I say, sir, I don't like you in that manner. It is not going anywhere, and that's all it is. And if you can't contain your love and lust for me, then we probably should not talk anymore. That is that simple.
Woo! Go ahead, Laurel. Straight up, tell Steve Urkel he gotta go.
But see, look, so that's what y'all saying, and I like that you brought up the Urkel. What y'all saying is that Steve should have stopped pursuing Laura in season 1, but then what
the hell?
it wouldn't have been no season.
Laura, I love you so much. I know you're not going to turn my love, but I love you, Laura. You're like the stars in the sky. I just gotta reach up and touch you.
And Miss Polly, if somebody, because you seem to be like a go-getter, right? And very adamant about pursuing dreams and aspirational goals. If somebody's aspiration is to say, hey, I want to lock it down, this woman is the type of woman I could spend my life with, and they've grown up watching shows and seeing stuff like Family Matters and saying, you know what, and a lot of women are saying, hey, you gotta really pursue, people saying ain't too proud to beg, or oh, she's just playing hard to get, she really wants me, I just gotta work harder. This is what has been fed to men. Look, I know you may not like this, but what I'm saying is this is what's been fed to men all of their life. Many of their uncles and stuff are telling them stuff. Man, you got to chase it.
No, not all men. Don't.
I didn't say all men. I said many. And you can, and Miss Polly could attest to this.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
I was going to say, if you think I'm lying, just look at her DM. So that's all I'm saying, is that many men do believe that this is and I'm not saying it's a rightful belief. They do believe the way is to keep getting rejected by you, but to just try harder. Right. So what do you say to that in those terms? Do you think they should just give up? Should they refocus, or because they was one of those? Leah had a good song. She said, at first you don't succeed. What did she say after that?
So there is a limit. Let's get that.
Just saying, Miss Polly, what did she say after that, Miss Polly?
Try again. She said, she said, first you don't try again. Let me tell you something. If this first off, I'm gonna tell you this.
Try again. Get back up and try again. Don't you play no games, Miss Polly.
No, I won't do it. If you were first off, I'm gonna tell you, if I was a gentleman, I know I'm not, but if I was a gentleman and I tried to talk to somebody a couple times, try to hit them up, and then like, hey, they said they didn't like me. First of all, it depends on the reason. And I'm like, okay, so now I'm in a different place. I tried something different. Here you are. Well, the issue is she didn't really like you in the first place. So why is it that she gets the opportunity to love you under conditions that you can't sustain, most likely? That sounds like a setup for failure. That's idiotic. So I do think that if I try to talk to you, Right. If I talk to you, this is just health talk. People are in this place, usually are in this place, I'll be honest. So if I start talking to a guy, I've only probably pursued, you stupid. I've only probably pursued one guy, right? Like that in knowledge of being poly, I saw one guy and I was like, ooh, I like him. And I actually went out and was like, I full on let him know, like, I'm interested. It is what it is, blah, blah, blah. And he told me I'm not really into poly, but he let me flirt with him all day for months. And we had more intimate conversations, all that. And I got to a place where I was like, you know what? This isn't for him. And he's not interested, even though he likes to flirt with the idea, he's not interested. And I stopped pursuing him. He's still my friend. I don't pursue him. And he's in a friend place with me because I know that's where he wants to be. I'm not going to keep pursuing someone under the notion that one day he could change his mind. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I probably could change his mind. I'm going to be honest, real life with you, I probably could. But I've had that opportunity and I said no, because I know that's not what he wants. And it's stupid to get into something just to prove I can get it. I know I can get it.
Not what he wants.
I know I can get it.
But how do you know that's not what he wants?
Because I don't want to give out bad information to people, but you know, this is what guys do. You wait till they're in a low place.
You gotta
okay, I'm gonna give you you wait for this. This is bad advice. Do not do this, please. You wait. This is what men do too. A lot of times they wait. That's that little friend they talk about. You wait until they get to a bad place. Usually when they get out of a relationship and they're in a bad place, and they just want someone to hold on to. You talk to them, you get to them nice. They love your information, you're caring. And when that other person's fucking up, you tell them all the bad shit about them, how you can do better. It opens up the door for you to kind of slide in. That's it. And he's had that place. And I was like, let's not do that. And I knew it. I knew not to do it because that's messed up and it's effed up because I took advantage of my friend. In their bad place, but guys aren't going to be like, guys, let me slip up in this, get up in this, let her know what's up. You know, no, I don't want to do that. So that's honest. I'm not going to do that. I knew I could do it, but I'm not going to. That's what guys do. Wait till your boyfriend mess up and you think you cheating on him. Then they call you, ask you to come and do a sneak leak, and now you doing that. Come on, don't do that.
Isn't that a little sexist?
I said both do it. I just said I was gonna do it, then I just said men do it too.
Okay.
I said both. Yeah, girls pretend that they ain't as slick. They just quiet about it. Girls slick as that. They know that guy. Oh my gosh. Okay, because I have other partners and they out here too, right? So you have somebody who's like, you have a partner. And I'll see like women, I'll tell them like, yeah, she's trying to talk to you. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, she's waiting till one time she thinks maybe we're not talking or you're in an argument with me. And then they'll come over there and they start trying to treat you right. And then they'll try to slip in. It never fails because they liked you initially, but they wanted to play friend until there was an open chance. They're not your friends. It's opportunists. There's opportunists.
Oh, that's what you categorize them as?
Opportunist, just waiting for an opportunity to hop in the spot.
Aren't we all opportunists in some form or fashion?
I don't know if you're always doing it in the right manner.
So she just on layaway, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
Interesting. Okay. It's kind of, I think it's an echo. I think that might be.
Yeah, you got a bad echo, bro.
No, that was Miss Polly. So I'm gonna just ask this, Miss Polly, before I go to Queen Forever 2K, because when you said this person is an opportunist, were you not an opportunist when you were seeking out your poly partners? You were looking for people that would fulfill the opportunity of being in that type of polygynous relationship.
No. Because my partners came to me.
That doesn't matter.
My partners came to me. I didn't go to them. So if my partners came to me and said they would like to pursue a relationship with me, and we talked about what that could look like and what the benefits were and the negatives to that, and they chose to continue, that's different. Someone knowing that you're not interested in choosing
Well,
just
you
to wait.
named one person that you approached, Miss Polly.
Oh yeah, he's not my partner. Yeah, that gentleman I did try
We
to
don't
approach
know
him.
how many others though, but we'll go with that.
Yeah, no, that guy I
ain't
did
gonna
try to
pull
approach
your
him.
card and say you majorly capped it.
No, listen, he'll tell you because it's not a secret. I definitely was on that. I was definitely trying to talk. It was not a question. It was not no, I want to be your friend. I didn't want to be your friend. I was very clear with it, and I was very clear with it publicly.
You was on some Jodeci come talk to me type.
Like he was like on like live like this, and I'd come up there and I'd talk all kinds of crazy stuff. And I would let them know. Everybody knew. It wasn't a secret at all. In any fashion. So my intent was there. But once it changed to we were just being friends, I left it alone. I stopped doing that kind of activity. So I mean, yeah, I could have been opportunist when there was issues going on in his relationship that he had later on and said, hey, let me take the opportunity while you're in a bad place to hop in there, and I didn't do that.
But look though, didn't you hey Miss Polly, you got like something on in the background or something, or pause your thing real quick. But didn't you say before though, most of the men that you talked to was monogamous, and then you would tell them you was poly, and then that would kind of lightweight change their tune because they know what poly is, lightweight like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it ain't really no hoes barred really tight, So you wouldn't think that would be kind of an opportunist because most men, I mean, I can speak for myself. If a girl tell me she poly and she, she kind of acting like she would, being cool and everything like that type of situation, I'm gonna look upon that more than just some woman that's, if we go out and do a couple of things, we gotta kind of like, make this a real, situation. You can't holler at then there's all these feelings get involved, like how you said in the poly thing, everything is kind of out in the open, so there ain't really no issue, you know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of men, or I can say myself, they shit. That's kind of like having your cake and eating it too. So you wouldn't think that would be kind of an opportunist when you let the men know, hey, I'm poly, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, no, okay, so I guess I can explain it better. So I don't pursue it all. I might put a day nap up and they will come to me and then they'll say, hey, I'm interested in talking to you. They already know I'm poly, and if they don't know, I make sure they know. If they didn't read, whatever, and they'll come to me and they'll say, I know you're poly, or okay. And then at the time, then I'm like, okay, well, if you want to talk to me, you can try to get to know me. That's a process. And then after that, then if they want to try to be with me, then that's a decision they have to make. So I'm not sitting there waiting for a guy who's monogamous to say they want to be with me, or hanging out with this man for months thinking that he's going to change his mind. I'm not going to make you change your mind. You either want to be with me or you don't. So it's not even a question. There's no opportunity that I'm waiting for. And if we're hanging out, we're just hanging out. Like me staying hang out all day, and I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm just waiting for Stan to decide he want to be with me because I'm cool. No, I wouldn't think of it like that. I'd be like, he's cool, we chilling. And if one day Stan comes to me and be like, hey, you know what? You think this could be something else? I'd be like, and we would talk about that. And then we would talk about what that looks like, if that was the case. But I would never, I actually no longer do that. I don't even do it because, like you said, it's an opportunity thing. And I'm not waiting for someone to notice they should be with me. You either see it or you don't. And then you come to me and tell me that's what's up.
But you did say a lot of the men that you talked to and dealt with were monogamous men, right?
Correct. And they come to me still.
All right.
That's them coming to me. I didn't say nothing to them. They came to me.
What's up, Queen?
Hey.
What you laughing for, Queen? What's going on with you?
Nothing. I got nothing to say. What's up, guys? How you doing? Who's the Pacific Coast Haitian community? Is that Stan?
Yeah, Queen, it's me.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, okay. I'm like, don't be changing your name. It's too late. It's too late for all that.
Oh no, I'm on the tablet.
Oh, okay. So you got a question for me, guys? Or I know I came in kind of late.
Yeah, so just hold on, I was working on something. But yeah, so the overall topic, we've been kind of touching on different aspects and going down a few rabbit holes, but you know, it's been pretty dope. But the topic is negativity loves company. So let me give you the question that I have right here. Hold on, I'm actually gonna put it up. Just give me 1 second here. But actually, I'll ask the question and then I'll put it up. It says, how do you think you could work to cultivate a more positive outlook on life and reduce the impact of negativity on your well-being? So to pretty much shorten it, what are ways that we could promote and promulgate a more positive outlook and just promote positivity more and reduce the basically the pervasiveness of negativity, because it seems to be everywhere on most of the posts. And even though there's an equal amount of positive stories that people could share, the negativity gets more clicks. So what could we do? How could we work to cultivate more positive outlooks on life and reduce the impacts of negativity?
I just say I ignore it. I don't even feed it, because when you feed whatever you feed, it grows. So, you know, I'll be bobbing and weaving the negativity up where I go. You would think I was in a boxing ring. Bob and weave, bob and weave. No. I used to give it energy and get upset. You know, I process how the whatever it is making me feel, and then I move on. Because one thing I realized is that negative people know that they're negative. And they're just trying to suck the joy from you. And I just don't feed into it. I'm not going to keep feeding a bottomless pit, because I'm going to be frustrated, right? I'm going to be right there with you. Nah, I'm cool. So, yeah, I just ignore it. Well,
So I was just going to say that, Queen, because that's the somewhat a politically correct answer. Now, I think it is best to avoid it, but there's some times where the negativity, no matter how much we want to avoid it, we have to actually face it and embrace it. So in those situations, what do you do? How do you cultivate a more positive outlook? It's about the glass half full, right? It's the same level of measurement, but two different viewpoints and two different perspectives.
But you can't. So say like it's someone else, you can't change their perspective. And some people like to keep you in that negative state, meaning, oh, but the glass is half empty. But, you know, you have a lot of liquid in there to drink, but it's still half empty. But you haven't drank it, so drink it and we can fill it back up. Well, it's still half empty. I want a full glass. So some people, and I literally will just say, well then, shit, it's half empty. Then stay with it being half empty, and I walk away. You don't want no help from me. You don't want a solution. And I've said that. You like to stay, you want to be negative, you're going to be negative Nancy by yourself. And I'm going to go over here with my sunshine and rainbows, you know? So, yeah. I don't know. I process it. If it gets to me and it frustrates me, I express it. I express, maybe not to that person or that direct situation. I process it because I have to get it out. I have to vocalize it in order for me to process. So I may call someone and vent, and I move on. I'm usually good after that.
I gotta agree, man. Like, it's like when you're a kid, man, you do childish shit. You get older, you kind of grow from it. You know what I'm saying? We don't do the same things that we used to do 10 years ago, most of us, you know? So, like, to me, when people kind of have that negative, kind of like what Queen was saying with the half cup shit, or just anything in life where, you know, everything is kind of almost like a downer. I mean, I just let it go, man. I just let them live, man. I don't have time to just, you know, go on back and forth with it, and because that changes my whole mood and my whole vibe. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back to what Miss Polly was saying. Like, I mean, I was trolling and saying some wild shit earlier, but I mean, it's really true, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to keep it 100. You know, negative people, man, like, especially when you're older, you know, it's like, man, I mean, there's a time where you just got to grow up, man. Like, if you know that you doing things, man, and people kind of like brush you off a little bit because you gonna feel it, you know what I'm saying? And you still doing the same shit, like you just ain't learning, like just a complete just jerk and just always on some negative shit, like, ain't nobody gonna have no time for that, man. And don't nobody need to have time for that. They need to just let you go ahead and be about whatever issue you going through, you know what I'm saying? Because like Queen said, I mean, if you trying to change that negative into a positive and they keep making it negative, then you don't want the help. You don't want nothing what I'm saying to try to encourage anything. You don't want none of that. You just want to stay in this whole little mood or whatever hype you on. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I personally know people like that. You feel me? And it's just, it really sucks, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's a fact, man. I agree, man.
Yeah. So what?
Or they say, you get the one that say, I know I'm rude. I know, but nobody like me. And then you cry in the same sentence says, why I don't have no friends? Why?
Absolutely.
You just answered it. What are you talking
Absolutely.
about? And then when people tell you, hey, why are you so rude? You know, like, well, this is just who I am. I ain't
right.
for nobody. So,
right.
Good luck.
So what? I'm just supposed to accept that shit?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
That's why you don't have no friends. That's why nobody don't like you. See, I can come across very passionate at times. I'm gonna say that. Because, you know, I'm a very nice person.
That's one way to
put it.
No, but those that we know you, we know that you are. You're full of heart. You got a good heart.
Fuck you guys. Have a good night. Hey, we ain't gonna bring that up though, Queen. We ain't gonna bring that up.
No, Queen got a great heart.
I said that?
We ain't gonna bring that up, man.
I said that? No, I said that one straight. Yo. I was having a bad day. No, but I think sometimes I'll say to people, I was like, you know, my bad. I don't, you know, even like sometimes my facial expressions, I could be having a conversation, but I'm thinking about something different. Who let him in? I was thinking about something different. And I've literally had people walk up to me and say, whisper in my ear, smile. And I was like, okay. And I'll smile. And then they'll tell me later. And I'm like, why did you? It was like, because if you would have saw your face. And I'm like, really? And I was like, but I was having a great conversation. I was like, well, I don't know what was going on in your head, but the conversation you was having in your face was different than the one in your head. So, so I have to be mindful even of my my facial expressions, because I don't have a good poker face. You know, I don't. What I think and what I feel, I literally wear it. And
Yeah, that's a
I don't look
fact.
good, especially, you know, sometimes at the job, I make little noises and I'm like, oh, please don't sigh again. You gotta be mindful. Don't roll your eyes again. Don't suck it. Don't do it. I know you want to do it. Don't do it. And so I'll just start laughing or I'll smile.
It's always
Anyway,
best to just smile.
that's it. You know what I'm talking about, Stan.
Let me say this
Yeah.
real quick, right?
No, 84, you can't say nothing, 84. Don't get us cussed out.
I damn sure can. Let me say this, you know what I mean, real quick. At the end of the day, like, people ain't just doing shit just to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Our people come from a lot of trauma and a lot of hurt. So people just ain't out here being negative for no reason. You know what I'm saying? There's always a reason for something that people are doing. So you always gotta ask why. You always gotta figure out why. You know what I mean? People just ain't crazy. You know what I mean? There's people that I know that I'm even around, that I even live with, where somebody's crazy. Nah, they're not crazy. And the people that always be saying they're crazy are the ones that really are crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing, man. People just don't be doing things just to be negative, just to do it. There's always a reason why. One of my greatest science teachers, like I always talk about, Mr. Rose, always ask why. There's a reason why shit is happening. And here's the funny part, right? Most of the people that we celebrate and that we love and that we applaud, most people thought they was assholes when they was alive. Muhammad Ali, you know what I'm saying? Malcolm X, Tupac, you know what I mean? All these people that y'all love. Y'all love them, right? Right? But they all thought they was assholes when they was alive. Ain't that some shit? Like I said, people have a lot of shit to be dealing with. You know what I mean? And a lot of time when you great, you dealing with a lot of shit and people just judge you. You know what I mean? Look how they just was judging. They were judging Michael. Now they judging Kanye. They always do that shit when you're great. Sometimes people can't handle greatness. Sometimes people can't handle certain shit that's just on their plate. It don't make them bad people. Ain't the fact they negative. Just got a lot of shit going on. You know what I mean? And it's most shit that nobody wants to even deal with or help them with. But people want to just sit back in judgment. You know what I mean? Because most people are corny. You know what I mean? 95.5% of people are corny. And that's just a fact.
All right, cool. So let me go on to this because what we are talking about, negativity loves company. There's something called the negativity bias that people really just don't simply understand. So let's break it down just a little bit. Negative stimuli get more attention and processing, which is why negative stories, and there's a saying when it comes to the news, if it bleeds, it leads. They're reporting positive stuff, but the positive stuff gets a little bit of pub, but the negative stuff, crime, always on the front page. Even though you say you don't want to hear about people getting deleted by other people, self-deleting, you don't want to hear it, but yet you're always gravitating toward those stories. We generally learn faster from pain than pleasure. Once you get pleasure too much, you get entitled to it, you get privileged to it, and you just want more of it, and you think that you're owed pleasure. But from pain, you learn more from that. If you come home and you get bad grades and someone just gives you a pie for each bad grade, you'll think, hey, who cares if I get bad grades? If you come home and get bad grades and you get a spanking and you get put on punishment amongst other things, you'll learn a lot faster from that pain, physically, psychological, emotional pain. People work harder to avoid loss than attain an equal gain. So with people being fearful, they're working harder to say, look, man, I don't want to take a loss. What happens if I lose this? So you're trying to avoid taking a loss, avoid taking a risk that will actually progress you further than you've ever been, that will put you in a better position. But you're so fearful of that, and you're letting your negativity prevent you from taking that risk, taking that leap of faith. Here, let me apply to that job, man. I ain't gonna get the job anyways. Here, let me shoot my shot with this chick, man. She ain't gonna like me. You know what I mean? You're avoiding a loss that didn't even happen, a loss that you're already prognosticating that is going to happen, just hasn't happened, but you're speaking into existence. Thoughts become things, right? So it's easy to create learned helplessness, and it's hard to undo. So it is easy to be a victim. It is easy to succumb and say, you know what, man, we ain't gonna get reparations. Man, we ain't gonna, they ain't gonna never free slaves. Man, they ain't gonna never allow us to vote. Man, it ain't gonna never be a woman president. Man, it ain't gonna be this. It's easy to be helpless. And how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you create that culture of helplessness, it's hard to undo. And when someone comes in to try to undo it, your bias for the negativity will overshadow pretty much someone that's presenting positivity towards you. Negative interactions are more powerful than positive. So I can give you 10 compliments, but if somebody called you a racial slur, you're going to remember that more than the 10 compliments, the sincere, heartfelt compliments that somebody gave you. You're going to remember the negative interaction more than that. You're going to deem that and perceive that more powerful, when you could have thought like, man, 10 people actually enjoy me, adore me, and admire me, versus one person who despises me and has disdain for me. That person could just be bigoted. That person could hate all people. That person could hate themselves. But you're fixated on your negative interaction and discounting the more powerful positive interactions. And negative experiences sift into implicit memory, which means you become normalized by the negativity. That's why the topic is negativity loves company. You become consumed with the negativity so much so that you have a bias towards it. When someone is presenting positive information, positive occurrences, you think, oh yeah, that's cool, but you brush past it because you don't see it as the norm. You don't see it as commonplace or the standard. The standard for you is negativity. So when somebody is presenting a positive standard, it seems like a misnomer or an anomaly, but it's not. And even if it was an anomaly, it's up to you to make sure that this is the standard going forward. Be the change that you want to see. Instead, you're waiting for everyone else to be positive. Well, if no one else is making positive music, why should I? No one else is sharing positive things or making positive posts, why should I? Well, why don't you do what everyone else isn't doing? So those are the negative biases. And Big Rig, go ahead and get in there.
Yeah, man. That's that's crazy, man. It seems like every time we have a stream, we end up saying something, and that shit hella just it hits home. I can definitely say that, and I still work on it today. But I could say that I went through that so bad, like just thinking of the negative over a positive, bro. Like so bad to the point to where like I wouldn't think of anything positive that can come out of the outcome. You know what I mean? Just certain situations, man. And I ended up doing some classes and shit, because of the situation I was in, just to kind of, take away time and shit. And it was called Conflict of Resolution. And it was a very, very, very good class, man. I took it for a few weeks, man, and got certificates and the shit, but it really helped on the thinking like that, because if you don't really get out of that, man, like it can be really damaging. Even before I started like talking on YouTube, like I had somebody kind of get in my ear and was just like, you know what, you ought to, just get up there and talk, man. You know what I'm saying? You say some cool things. And I doubted myself, you know what I'm saying? And then I get a phone call from knowledge and relationships, and then I get a phone, I mean, not a phone call, but a DM, and then I get one from you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, what the fuck? But me myself, I was just like, nah, I'm kind of good. But once, you know, I kind of got that, you know, affirmation of like, man, you kind of, you do your thing, man. You know what I'm saying? I was able to go ahead and jump out the window.
Big
So
Rick,
like,
let me dig into that a little bit more, because I'm glad
Go
you're
ahead.
sharing that. So when you saying that, because I know you didn't want to toot your own horn, but you was thinking like, I'm good, but I ain't that good. Where do you think that was stemming from? Do you think it was just insecurity, you not having enough confidence in your ability? Because of course, you know, you don't take me as like an incel or anything, but I'm saying like in terms of this, because people don't realize this public speaking thing, it's a fear for most people. They took studies and said that some people would rather kind of lose their life than have to do like a public seminar in front of many people, you know. And of course this is not live in person, but still once you're talking publicly, people could still play it back and listen and stuff. So what was leading to your insecurity that made you think like, man, I don't know if this is for me? Like, what was it? Just lack of confidence, insecurity? What was it?
It was almost a little bit of everything, bro. I mean, even to this day. But you know, I'm up here on panels, you know what I'm saying, with people that are like really educated, you know, they talk very educated. I don't, you know, I don't have those same, you know, type of talking points like them, you know. I don't put my words together like you got, you know what I'm saying? So I had all that I was thinking about, but you know, at the same time, you know, I wasn't being judged, you know what I'm saying? I still get love, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm getting picked on, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I look in the chat and like I said, hey, like, man, get that dude up out of there. You feel me? So like, but I go through all of that though, bro. I mean, it's a big fear, you know what I'm saying? I've been in the music industry, you know what I'm saying? But I've always been behind scenes, you know, like I've never been one to always just be all in the mix of stuff. You know, I've been on stage a few times, but it's like I'm not big on that. I don't trip on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of more behind the scenes type of person. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, getting up here and talking and everything like that. I mean, you're very vulnerable, bro. You know what I'm saying? People can pick you apart. So I mean, you know, it's just, yeah. I don't know how else to put it, but I mean, I go through it every time I get up here, man.
Yeah, no, I think everyone goes through it because you are putting yourself very vulnerable out there, especially if you, first of all, every level you're putting yourself out there, vulnerability. If you're camming up, then you're putting yourself vulnerable. If you put a picture of your avatar, you're putting yourself vulnerable. If you're just speaking on the panel, you're putting yourself vulnerable because not everybody is able to be as articulate. And then there are some people that are very eloquent with their words, but when you really speak to them, they only have one kind of isolated.
They ain't talking about shit. They may have the words and everything, but they ain't talking about shit, bro.
Correct. And so sometimes people could say, hey, yeah, but he speaks good, he speaks fast, and he used these words, so it appears that they're smart and they're saying something. But then when you break down, it's like, what did they say? What did they really learn? Or what did I learn from this person? A lot of times you don't really learn anything. So there's always, you know, people have to decipher, you know, what is real and what is pretty much a mirage. So, and with the negativity biases, sometimes that does work against people too, because basically the negativity biases is we have a tendency to give more weight to things that go wrong than things that go right. So
absolutely,
you know, negative things hijack our minds, and they can be detrimental to our work, our efforts, relationships, health, happiness, etc. So if there's someone and says, look, we're going to do this surgery, and it's ultimately down to the ways of thinking, because when you're presented with the same level of measurement, you have a different perspective. That's why there's the glass half full. So some people are looking at it as half full, like, man, we're only halfway, we got a long way to go. And other people are saying we're already halfway there.
We halfway there, man.
But it's the same measurement. You're looking at it differently. And the same thing, if I say, hey, Big Rig, we're going to go ahead and do this surgery, it has a 70% success rate. You're going to be like, 70%? Okay, that's cool. I'll deal with that. But then if I tell you, hey, Big Rig, it has a 30% failure rate. Right. You're going to be like, bruh. You're
going to look at that 30%, bro.
You're going to be like, that, yeah, buddy. once I told you that it had a 70% success rate.
He was all velvet.
But automatically, if it's a 70% success rate, automatically it's a 30% fail rate. But because I didn't frame it that way, you look at it. So that's pretty much what people do. Oh, man, it's half full, it's half empty. It's the same measurement. It's about how you look at it. But that's it looks like Queen wanted to say something. Are you there, Queen? Okay, well, if she comes back, then you could say something. But yeah, but if you really want to look at it, technically, the glass is always full. You know why it's always full? Because when you say that it's half empty or half full, air is a thing of matter. So if it's half full, what fills up the rest of it? Air. Air is taking up the rest of the space. So that's one perspective.
Bro, you just put a science on this, bro?
I'm just saying, this is not my words. Look it up. Air is a thing of matter. So therefore, it's always full. It's half full with water, and the other half is filled with air. So it's completely full. It's not completely full with water, but we just said, is it half empty or half full? We didn't say, is it half full with water? We just said half empty, half full. It's completely full, half full with water, and the rest is filled with air, a thing of matter. I didn't come up with these scientific assertions or conclusions, right? I'm just going off of the definitions of things. Is air a thing? Yes, it is.
If I don't believe you, go look that shit up, right?
I mean, you could tell me where I lied.
Right. That's right. Off top.
Yeah, so, you know, but yeah, so that's just a way to look at it, though. Air is a state of matter, so by it being in that glass, inevitably the glass is always full. So that's just a perspective to look at, even in, you know, if you're having some negative inklings, you know, you can always find some positivity to look at it. But yeah, so let me see. I was going to do one more question and then we can just kind of wrap it up, because we've been on here for a couple hours. But let me just see what's the other one that I want to do. Did you have anything else you want to add, Big Rig?
Nah, man. Just that last one was pretty wild, man. That was crazy. Because, man, putting that negative on shit, boy, that shit. You can hear something and it be all good, and then you hear something that's just not the one, and you gonna be like, oh, man.
Let me say something before you gentlemen roll out. I'll say this: when people are pessimistic, or they show pessimism, or they show that the sign of pessimism, that could be a form of depression. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes a person could be depressed, so because they're depressed, they're pessimistic, they're doubtful, they are negative. they don't believe in anything. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we just think that, oh man, they just being negative, but it's like sometimes they're just depressed. You know what I mean? Sometimes we need to ask those questions of, hey, what's going on? Like, why are you down everything? Why are you always upset about this, or why are you always upset about that? Because a lot of times we just like, oh man, they just being negative, or oh, here they go being negative again, or they just a hater or whatever. But it's like, nah, sometimes they really got some real shit going on. And if we're not asking those questions, then we never find out. You know what I mean? And then that's how you really see if you really love and care about somebody, because you're gonna really be invested in finding out if they're not really being the best them or not. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. You know what I mean? Salute to EazilyRigged, salute to the whole movement. Yeah, I know what it is, man. Peace.
Yeah, facts. Like depression is that's why I learned you have to learn to give it a different word, because it's when you ask them if they're depressed, it has such a negative connotation, they will like brush it off. But I will say like, hey, I noticed that you have some form of anxiety on this situation, like what's going on. I just had to spin it to find out what's happening. Give it like another word for another emotion, because if I say depression,
yeah, it's all in the framing, like I was saying. Yeah, because it's like you said, and let's come up with some right now. But go ahead, Stan.
Oh yeah, because like sometimes people like, well, they don't want to be shunned, or they think that depression is a bad word, or they're scared that like you're gonna look at them funny.
So here are some synonyms, and you can tell me: gloomy, dejection, sadness, unhappiness, sorrow, despondency, paralysis. Do any of these sound better than depression, upset, the blues, pessimism, discouragement, hopelessness, desolation, low spirits?
That all sounds like depression, bro.
I know,
but I wouldn't use it like that, because
you're trying to find a word that is more that's more sensitive to people's feelings, right? So do you think any of these words would be better to substitute if instead of someone said, man, I know you're depressed, I know you're unhappy, I know you are feeling misery or sorrow, dejection, I know you're woeful, I know you're gloomy, I know you're desolate, I know you have the blues. These are all mean the same thing. So are any of those better than depression, or the same?
I'll say like they're better in the sense of you just not generalizing using depression. Just like if you use the word bitter, right? It could be so broad, right? And it's kind of the person could be defensive, right? The words you use are great. I will use it in the sense of I'm just noticing something just now, because it's kind of like like when somebody doing something at the moment is more relatable. Like, hey, I just noticed that you picking your food, and are you eating? Like, what's going on? When the last time you actually had a full meal? Is there something that you don't like? Like you want to go somewhere else? And then after that leaves it open to some more discussion of what's going on. If they're not too sure about their feelings and their emotions, I definitely will like, let's figure that out. But with the words you said, like it's spot on.
All right, cool. No, because I agree with you, because really people like to play semantics, which is very goofy to me. But I was talking to one of my OGs, and we were talking about when people say, man, I would like a submissive woman, then people already, oh, here he go, he talking about submission. But then if you say, hey, I would want to, actually, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Do you think first, before I pull it up, do you think submissive is like a derogatory term, Stan?
I think nowadays, yes. I don't even know what submission actually looks like, other than what's on the the drum noise, the drum snap. Place.com. But I think what people need to say is like, I would like to have a supportive partner, or I want a partner, because you can't say wife, because then again it comes with word semantics, right? So you have to say like,
and that was my whole point. That's what I was saying. You might actually mean a submission, and since it's not a derogatory term. But if you say, look, man, I just want someone that's going to be cooperative. I want someone that's going to be unified with me. I want someone that's going to be collaborative with me. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want someone that's going to be coordinated with me, collegial, you know, harmonious. And you start saying all this, and it's like, well, it's like, doesn't some of that fall under the umbrella of submission? Yeah, but as soon as you say that, then you see people try to attach every negative connotation to submission when it never was like that. But if I say, hey, I want someone that's cooperative, they'll say, hey, I'm cooperative. So that means that you have submissive qualities. But if I say, look, I want someone that's cooperative and submissive. Now, I ain't doing submission. I'm saying the same stuff. You know what I mean?
Don't wake me up at 3 a.m. for no sandwich. I ain't making no sandwich at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I ain't about to be barefoot and pregnant. Like, no one even said that.
And we can't be barefoot and pregnant, so that's above me. You gotta take that to God. That's above me.
Yeah, so it's wow. So the framing of things is very important, and people do need to get better with that. And I think it's like how they say, step your game up, step your vocab up. Because what do people be doing the same with the talking points? Damn, little mama, you bad. Damn, little mama, you fine. Damn, little mama, you sexy. Like, bro, you have no other words. You can't say that she was alluring. You can't say that she was ravishing. You can't say that she looked enchanting.
You can't say, hey, how are you doing today? You know what I'm saying? Like, how was your day? Or
how was your day? Did you hear about this ongoing news?
Right.
Y'all don't know how to small talk? No, y'all don't know how
right.
And y'all
all that. You know how many dudes daily do that same bullshit to these women, bro? Why would you want to put yourself in that same boat? Why would you be that same dude that's like, hey mama, hey woo, hey baby, hey? Why would you? Who would you want to be called on like that? You know what I'm saying? Like on some real shit. Like, would you want motherfuckers just always kind of cat? Hell no, you'd be like, man, come on, be a little bit more respectful. Come holler at me. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't want nobody, hey, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of shit?
I don't know about that. I don't mind women doing cat calls on me.
Well, I mean, that's because, well, for one, we men, so it ain't like that's just a all the time thing. But I'm saying like how these dudes be doing these women though, like you could be an ugly ass fucking broad, bro, and you got dudes just because they thirsty and hungry. You may have a chest or a little booty on you, you know what I'm saying, and they on you like you just Beyonce or whoever. You feel me? Like that's just what it is, man. Like, but you know how many dudes is doing that to these women, bro? That's why they keep walking, and that's why they don't even turn their head. You know what I'm saying? But now if you come with a little bit of lightweight conversation, you know what I'm saying, that'll get their attention.
Small talk, bruh.
Yeah.
Stuff, it comes from small talk, bruh. Even if it's a compliment, bruh, I'm not complimenting. Oh man, girl, you got a fat ass. Oh, look at that.
Hell no.
I'll say something like, "It's those Vans? I ain't never even seen them before." Oh yeah,
and you probably seen them motherfuckers all the time.
I'll find them, bruh. I'll say anything like, dude. Bruh, you can even take something that, and this is where you truly master a level, where you take something that where you be like, she wearing a wig. Oh, I ain't supposed to say nothing about this. That'd be like, did you put that lace front on your? And then she'd be like, wow, he knew I had a lace front.
Right.
They'll kind of start laughing and fixing it, and I'll be
right.
Like, look, your edges look.
Now you done made her so comfortable.
Now she don't even have to be insecure about her wig, but now we done already joked it and broke the ice.
Right.
Now she can say, all right, cool, you know, let's go. And Miss Polly came back up, so I know she had something to say. What's up, Miss Polly?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay, and Another thing too, if you really, really want to test your game, you know what I mean? Now, I wouldn't recommend this for everyone, and I'm gonna go to Miss Polly, but I don't use these, but if I do, I will use it in this fashion. The pickup line, bruh. The cornier, the funnier, the better, bruh. I've had some where they be like, wow, I never heard that one before. Every time I tell one, which I don't tell one because I don't really need to use it, but if I want to whip out some humor and I use a pickup line, it happens, bruh. 100% success rate. But you know, and they got corny ones. Are you from Tennessee? Because you the only 10 I see. Here's another one. Hey, my name's Microsoft. Can I crash at your place tonight? Do you like raisins? Well, how do you feel about a date? If I could rearrange the alphabet, I'd put you and I together. Corny, bro. She either gonna be like, bro, that was so corny, but either from there, she's either gonna be laughing or you can spark your discussion. Nah, I was just joking and all this stuff.
Absolutely.
All you gotta do is just keep her there.
Big Rig, what corny lines you use, Big Rig?
Yeah,
I don't really use no corny lines, bro. I make them laugh, bro. Like I'm you know, I don't really talk to too many people, but I mean, I'm a people person, bro. So like, I could just kind of feel them out, and you know what I'm saying? I'll get on the vibe real quick, bro, and I have a motherfucker laughing and giggling and bullshitting and just comfortable, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's my line. I make them feel real comfortable. You feel me? Like it's all good.
Okay.
It ain't like they getting, you know, I fucked or none of that shit. Like I don't do none of that shit, bro. Like I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? And they catch that vibe. Like, you know what? A lot of these other dudes would have been like whoopty wop, but I don't get that from you. You real cool. I'll be like, man, I don't be doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just on how you move, bro. Like it ain't really that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like I think
really ain't
people put too I think people put too much on it. You know what I'm saying? And it kills their whole shit.
Yeah, I know,
you know
like,
what I'm saying?
Some girls want to hear corny line. They're like, tell me something corny.
Right.
And they want to hear it.
And make them laugh, bro. Say some funny shit. I mean, that's my thing, bro. You get a woman to laugh and joke around, bro, you in, bro. Like you conversation over after that. You know what I'm saying?
In there, like
they gonna be getting drinks and coming to sit next to you and shit. You know what I mean? You ain't gotta be trying to sit next to them. They gonna, oh, I was wondering where you went. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit, bro. Like real shit.
Or they gonna be trying to introduce you to their friends, like
off top.
Stan, tell me that corny joke that
off
you told me. That
top.
was so funny.
Okay, I like Moses could part the Red Sea, but I could part your lips.
Here I got. Hold on,
God damn! No, see, Stan, see.
Okay.
God damn, Stan.
Stan, we can tell you from Florida. That was it. That was the last thing. That was it.
Hold on, Miss Polly. You heard
them shakes.
Miss Polly, you heard that one before?
No, anything that goes too far is probably from Florida. That's probably
okay.
What
All right, so hold on. Before I go to Miss Polly, Stan, I'm gonna need you to queue up at least 2 or 3 of them things, and I'm gonna give you 2 because you know this funny, bro. I be working. This one got me before. Do you have a name, or can I just call you mine? That one worked for me. And then, like I said, you say some corny stuff. You so fine. You made me forget my pickup line. I told her a chick this before, man, drop the nitwit because I'm the nigga to get with. Worked every time. Do you have a map? Because I got lost in your eyes. They say nothing lasts forever. So will you be my nothing?
See? And women like that stuff. Me, I just wear a t-shirt and I was just like a fun t-shirt or something, and they're like, wow, you work out, and they'll laugh at the t-shirt thing, and there's like a conversation from there, and that's it.
Go ahead, Miss Polly. What is your take on the corny pickup lines? Because if I had seen you before your significant others got you, I probably would have hit you with I would have hit you with this one. I hope you know your CPR because you are taking my breath away. Or I probably
And
would
Miss
have.
Polly, what the hell you doing back? I thought you left.
I did. I left and I was watching Corey Kitchen, and he woke me up. So I just came back.
All right,
For sure.
go ahead, Miss Polly.
Okay. Yeah, I like corny jokes. I think they're hilarious.
They
The best
really
thing
are
that
funny.
happened to me.
I'm not gonna lie. It's funny even when you kind of say them. Have you ever?
Right. No, I could bet that when you say that shit, you kind of want to chuckle yourself.
Have you had some corny ones said to you and like did you like bawl out laughing? Did you just smile? Did you kind of play hard to get? What was the result of the corny messages or sayings and phrases to you?
I don't even know if I just laugh. I just take it in.
Rocking the boots.
I think it's very hilarious. I take it in, I laugh, and I have a good time. So that's about it. Like I think it's funny. Like I said, you're pretty funny. I'm down with a funny gentleman. I'm actually down with a serious person too, because I think they're funny too. I think serious people are real funny because they don't get anything you say. Like, for example, I told someone, I was like, hey, I was just making a joke. I was like, hey, I need my pipes fixed, right? Unclog the pipes, right? Everybody's like, this man literally sent me a Google reference to a plumber. I said, okay. I had someone do that to me. It was so bad. I was like, you didn't get the joke? Like, they were that serious. I was like, okay.
Hey, Miss Polly, these examples of men that you've been giving tonight, though, they've been pretty funny, though, man.
They're hilarious. They're hilarious. Well, actually, that one was for my partner. One of my partners. He's extremely serious. Sometimes I'll be like, we're not allowed to text. We have a no text when we're upset or emotional because I can't read it. Like, I don't read it right. So I'm like, are you being an asshole or not? Or like, is this you're funny? Like, I don't get it. So like, they have to have a conversation. It's that bad. I'm like, you this serious? Like, are you serious or not serious? I can't tell. And I'm usually laughing. He's like, it's not funny. And I'm like, is it not?
I thought the caps, when they speak in caps, that's like, yelling or some old shit.
Yeah, don't do that. He don't, no caps. He just, like I said, I need my pipes fixed. I'm like, I'm being sexy, but apparently he had references from Google to fix my pipes. So,
you can feel no emotion on a text.
It was lost in translation. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, never mind. He's like, do you really need help? I was like, no, it was never mind. It was bad. It was funny to me in the moment. So, I like funny jokes though. My other partner, he's really silly. So
that wasn't no joke, Miss Polly, but yeah, I feel it out.
I mean, it was funny to me in the moment. I thought it was funny because I can't read it. But the other one, he's hilarious. Oh man. He give it to me every day. He's just funny. But it's what it is. It depends.
Don't do it, B-Eazy.
Don't do it. Don't
do what?
I don't know, just the way you just sit there, it's like you ready to say something, bro. I'm like,
his eyes just like your
like
eyes
you waiting to come with something. I'm just like, don't do it, bro.
Nah, I'm just
he said step away from the edge. He said step away from the edge.
Yeah, because your eyes just
right.
Your eyes just cut. I was like, uh-oh.
She talking about pipes. He talking about Google and shit. I'm like, okay.
No, I was just, she had me with the pipes and then the unclogging of the pipes and everything.
Right.
That's all I was, just making sure that she had proper flow. That's all I was.
Right. And that's one of them leave it to Beaver type, you know what I'm saying? My pipes need to be unclogged, you know what I mean?
It lost the funness out of it. He took it away with it was gone. It was done.
Yeah, so that was another thing too, right? Because like you can say something that's super funny, but then if it don't hit the way it's supposed to, then that funny joke went from funny to cringe to awkward.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if I come up to Miss Polly and say, hey, do you have a Band-Aid? Because I scraped my knee falling for you. Now I'm being like kind of cheesy, but if she takes it as serious,
Right.
Give you a Band-Aid.
and hand me a Band-Aid, and she's like, oh my God, you really scraped your knee? And I'm just like, oh,
You gotta watch where you
I
going.
might have to leave the premises, man. Shit.
I might have to block her.
Right. That's exactly what it was. I was like, oh my God. So like my little joke turned into it. Yeah, I be trying, but apparently my corny
literal.
jokes. Yeah,
He's
he takes literal. He's very, very, very literal. So I really don't say anything to him that's a joke unless he's in my presence, because
you said literal, huh? Like shit.
Yeah, you gotta
Hey,
be
no
like
bullshit. Straightforward.
There's no middle. There ain't no middle.
There's some women like that. You gotta be like, it's like, hey, I haven't, when we gonna connect? What you mean connect? I'm like, look, when you gonna be here? Because I need some sex. I need some peaches.
Yeah, that's exactly the conversation. Stan, that is the exact conversation. Like he'll say, "Do you like?" If I say something like, "Hey, I really need you to come over here. I'm feeling some kind of way." He'll be like, "For what?" Like you gotta say it. You gotta say it.
People, female, males, you gotta just be. Yeah, you gotta meet them where they're at, because
you gotta say it.
Yeah,
but what does that mean? Meet them where they're at. Like what? They
can't handle jokes, so it's like they don't get it, and it's like it's like when they say the straight men in comedy, they're like that. Oh, they're like have you ever seen Golden Girls? They rose because it's just so over their head. Like you're not okay. I need to sit down and talk,
man.
But that still doesn't explain how to meet them where they're at. So if they don't do jokes, that means you have to improv. You got to do another method. So what does that mean? Instead of doing a joke about unclogging pipes, that you just come out with the lingerie, or you just come out with the gray sweats with the baby oil? What are we talking about? What steps are being?
You have to say it. You have to, instead of saying that, I should have just said, "Hey, I need D." Come bring it.
You saying, "Hey."
I already said what I said. I need peaches. Okay.
So man, just say, come over, sit on my face, and
because you can't. Yeah, the joke is lost. They don't. That whole thing of texting is trying to be all sensual. It's not going to work with them. It's just straight up like, look. It's been a week. When we meeting up and look, Saturday I'm free. Get over here. Done. Like you can't. It's that's meeting them where they're at, because they're not.
So let me ask y'all. Let me ask y'all this, because Stan, you just like come over on Saturday, and you feel me, come sit somewhere. You feel me? So I got you on that, Stan. But when you say, hey, come over for Netflix and chill, are you actually telling them to come over to watch a movie, or are you telling them?
Lord, I don't want to go to jail online. Jail.
Stan, you kind of sometimes you speaking in code, and Miss Polly is saying
code.
Miss Polly is saying the last time she spoke in code, her partner didn't get it. So what I'm asking both of y'all is, when some people say Netflix and chill, they literally do mean, hey, come over, because Netflix has some good movies out, and sometimes you don't want to watch the movies alone. So sometimes people just want an actual movie companion, and some people just want a movie playing in the background while they're getting their guts beat in.
Absolutely.
Right. So there is that's why it has to be so clear, because that's another reason why I actually stopped initiating a lot, because I would initiate and he would look at me like I was weird, and I'd be like, oh, am I misreading the sign or what happened? And it would be weird. So it would be like, I tell you, and I'd be like, oh, okay. So basically, like, if I want to, I have to say it like bluntly, but if I say, hey, come over, watch TV, he gonna come and he says okay, he's planning to just do that. If there's extra, he would say extra. He would say, oh, can we do this? Oh, it's always going to be there. If it's not there, then it's not expected. You're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be nobody movie companion. I watch movies by myself. I never asked any woman to come here and watch no damn movie by with me. If you come here, we know what it's about. That's it.
Wow, man. You hating on the movie guy?
Look, I'm not hating on anybody. That's not my stuff. That's not my lane. I stay in my lane. And my lane is, I'm not watching movies with nobody. We're having sex. That's my lane. If we're not having sex, well, I'll meet you somewhere, eat for dinner, and we're good. I'm going home to have sex with another woman that won't have sex. So, and just so people understand, I believe in rotation. So I'm not as bad as I used to be.
Oh, you pipe down? Oh, my bad. Pun intended. Pun unintended.
You can't just be saying that.
I didn't really. I mean, you calm down, but you see what
I'm not as bad as I used to be, but yeah, like I don't entertain that stuff. I mean, like earlier, Miss Polly, we talking about like Polly was talking about friends and like being in the friend zone. My thing, and I just want to say this real quick. My take for that, guys, never stay in the friend zone. Get out the friend zone. If you want to get out the friend zone, you got to advertise. And the advertisement looks like this. You date her friends, bust down her enemies, and step out.
Well, speaking of the friend zone, some of the friend zones they'll invite Miss Polly over for, Netflix and chill. But, they have popcorn out. They have everything, and they don't try to make a move. So Miss Polly gets comfortable. But then after the 6 month of Netflix and chilling, now they trying to grab
6 months.
I'm
Lord
saying,
Jesus, no. Look, if you're a female friend of mine, you'll stay in the friend zone, and that's it. Guys, if you're interested in a woman, you don't stay her friend. That's not how you do it. You'll be the stay away friend. Oh, let me check up on you, friend. Let me see what this friend is doing type of friend.
But hold on, Stan. These are guys they never planned to fall in love with Miss Polly or Quantum. They genuinely wanted to be Miss Polly's friend, but after watching several series, several different movies, eating buttery popcorn, he suddenly developed an affinity for Miss Polly or Miss Quantum. So they started out genuinely wanted to be friends, but by the 6th month, they wanted her to be the fiance.
Number one, I'm still in that friend word, and I'm going to say this the nicest way. Friendship is never the prize. Friendship is never the freaking prize. If you're going to be friends, you friends. Done. If men, we know when we like somebody, we know we like them, and that's it. We're done. If you like them like that, don't be their friend.
I agree.
Be their boyfriend.
I agree. Why are we pretending? That's sneaky. I ain't gonna pretend to be your friend. I didn't come here to be your friend. You got me messed up. I'm tell you something, B-Eazy. If I saw you and I want to be more than that, and even if you didn't know me, I would tell you like, hey, I like you and I would like to be more. I'm not gonna sit there and wait 3 months for you to figure it out. We're gonna figure it out today. Day one starts right now. When you looked at me, I looked at you. Let's figure it out. I'm not gonna wait for you to figure it out. That's crazy.
This is how you do it. See, this is how you do it. You be the boyfriend, right? You be Miss Polly boyfriend brunch. You the brunch boyfriend. You take her out to brunch once a month or once every 6 weeks. Hey, let's catch up. Let's go meet up for brunch. Then you drop her back off home. That's it. So you that brunch boyfriend. Don't be no friend. Nobody got time for no friends. We too old for friends.
I agree.
But man, y'all, wow, man. Y'all disrespecting the person that's trying to be chivalrous.
No, they ain't no chivalry.
Your chivalry is you shiesty. That's not chivalry. You're shiesty.
Wait. Number one rule of all rules: closed mouths don't get fed. You gonna sit there, look stupid, and you don't get fed. You need to speak up, act like you hungry.
That's true. Even Steve Urkel was a boyfriend to Laura. He was a next door boyfriend. For
But
how long before we
hold on, Stan. Let me set this up for you, Stan. Because earlier you were saying that Steve should have gave up. But Steve, he kept working like the little engine that could. And finally, he got the most coveted prize that he wanted.
Let's keep it real. Steve didn't get Laurel until he became Stefan.
You going there with it?
Yeah, thank you.
He had the smooth dance moves and then we came through dancing and shit.
Okay.
That was a cold episode, boy.
And Laura didn't like, and Laura started liking Steve when Steve went out with Murder, or whatever her name was.
Was it Myra?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Myra or something like that.
Myra, right? So like, you know what I'm saying? She was like, she had them both. She was in a poly relationship.
She that woman right there, she got jealous because somebody else got the spotlight. She didn't like that man. That's BS. That's BS, and she know.
But she dated the side of him, which is Stefan or Coral, and she dumped Stefan and went to Steve. So she had them both, and she had them both in her orbit for like what 2-3 seasons. So like I said,
crazy, huh?
Yeah. So that's our first poly relationship on TV was Laurel and she split up Steve. So
she had two men, and that's what's up.
But why do y'all think Stefan was good enough for Laura but not Steve?
Superman. Stefan was somebody she didn't know.
Okay. But do you think it was just the fact that because he dressed different too? You know, Steve had those big glasses, he had suspenders. Stefan was always in a suit. I mean,
yeah, other women that like him, and those other women chasing after him. So a lot of women like what other women want.
Got you.
Yeah, so just like the brothers who date white girls, right? White girls really don't want black men that date only white girls. White women really want the black men that deal with black women.
Y'all say that?
They want the black dudes that every chick wants. When they see someone like, Mylene wants him, Becky wants him, Keisha wants him. When they see that every woman of multiple classes, right? They'll see like, hey, the celebrity chicks, like if you look at someone like LeBron James, and it doesn't have to be LeBron James per se, but he has the status because he's with a black woman. So there'd be some non-black people who say, look, I know he's happy with his queen, right? But if I had a chance to get LeBron, you know what I mean? So
and
whether
they brag about it,
they want men that are desired by other women because it's more of a trophy for them, and dudes do the same thing.
Yep, and that's why Stefan got, Laura was more interested in him because other chicks wanted him. But guys, stop being friends. Stop it.
But hold on, let me ask you this, Stan, because I gotta brush up on my family matters. Didn't Steve, when he was a geek, wasn't he dating Myra as a geek?
Yeah, Myra always liked Steve.
So peep this, and actually, let's keep it a bug. You can make an argument that
Myra looked better than Laura, though.
Bro,
Real
Myra had body, bro. She was fine and all that stuff, but because Steve was so infatuated with something elusive that he couldn't get, he's chasing after this fantastical woman that doesn't even want him. But I want to speak on that for a little bit, especially Miss Polly, right? Because we were trying to shut it down, but then we just went down a rabbit hole, and this is really some good information. So it shows the dynamics. Laura wanted nothing to do with Steve. He was just some geek loser that is like, sorry, dude, you're smart, but you're just way entirely too corny and too lame for me. But when another chick was like, actually, your lameness is what attracts me, then suddenly Laura was feeling some type of way. Why you ain't giving me the attention that you used to? I was annoying.
You know what happened? So
Go
Steve
ahead.
was still in love with Myra, or still in love with Laura, right? But keep in mind how Steve was introduced to Myra. Laura was dating a guy. This is the guy's cousin. They go on a double date. And Myra had put them lips on Steve and woke him up. And he realized he has options. When reality replaces your dream.
But
And that
he always had, and like you said, women like competition. I tell you that all the time. Well, it seemed like Laura didn't like competition though. So why didn't Laura like the competition? Why didn't she say, oh, here's the competition. I'm the better woman. I'm going to take Steve back. And actually, I think she did do that, right? Wasn't she slightly trying to pursue Steve? Not because she wanted him, just because she didn't want the other girl to have him. How toxic is that?
No, there was a couple episodes where she started trying to get his attention for certain things. But I think like Quantum was saying, I think when you said that they don't like attention, they don't like competition, that's not true. Competition isn't always fun and games and not like we're winning. Sometimes the competition, just like if you're a gentleman playing a video game, you like the competition of people playing against you, but you don't like to lose. And you don't like when there's someone else just as good as you sitting next to you when you're trying to be number one. And that is the issue with trying to be number one. When she saw that she wasn't number one on his mind, his thoughts, and she wasn't being put first because he also spoiled her with having not just a friend, but when she needed him for other things, he was available. So he made an environment for her to get her cake and eat it too. This is where I think that word should be used. Get your cake and eat it too. And she did not give anything to Steve other than the idea of being around her. She gave him really no hope either. She never gave him hope. So the only thing she did, she told him straight up no, she didn't want him. But as soon as something was valued, it was a problem.
So, hold on.
Every week for 22 weeks, she'll tell Steve, "Why are you chasing me? You know I never like you. Why are you here?"
The way you describe that, Miss Polly, she kind of sounded like you. It sounded like you could have been in Family Matters and been Laura. That's what it sounded like to me.
I think there's a difference. See, that's why there's a difference. So when I see someone, I see them for all of them. And I want to date them for all of them. She had no interest in that man. She had no interest in the man. What I say, but that's why I said the cake and eat it too concept works in this situation. Because she's not giving him anything.
But
he's not getting anything.
Didn't she have some sort of interest in him? Because so okay. Okay, so when she was jealous and because of the competition, so how was she not interested in him? Was she just interested in the competitor? Was she just interested in winning and then she was just using him to win?
Yes, it was just to prove to the other woman that she was still number one. She could care less if he knew it or not. That battle was not between her trying to show him. She knew she had him, but when he started changing his feelings, that's what it was. It's really a competition between the women. Women compete different than men. So and I'm just, we're just trying to prove that we the baddest or we can take your man and blah, blah, blah. That's what that was about. Or I can get him, and which she actually ended up doing, but she didn't even want him then. So it was like you said, it was like, what was the purpose of doing all that? For what? Just to show you can take somebody else's man? For what? You don't want him. And on top of that, she didn't care about anything else. So that's why I didn't understand that concept that they were doing with that relationship. And basically, like you said, just maybe trying to show the little man isn't going to lose, but in fact, he did lose. He didn't. You know what I'm saying? He had to do all this crazy stuff. And when her options were no longer there, that's when she allowed him to come and play.
Yeah.
Because nobody else was looking for her. Remember, she had a whole bunch of guys trying to talk to her.
Yeah.
When all them got bounced out, and all there was Stefan left at that point. She didn't have nobody else.
Miss Polly, thank you for saying that, because as much as she was curbing Steve, she did have some other interests. None of them was checking for her. None of them.
No, they kept dumping her and cheating on her. And when she figured out she had no other options and that she should have been looking and I think she even said it on the episode at the end, like, I should have been, you were the one the whole time. But you just found that out after we didn't finish high school. I would have been like, man, you done lost out. Sorry. That's what I would have did. And then on top of that, it's devaluing you as a person, because now she only sees value in you when she feels devalued. Now she don't think she's $100. Now she thinks she's 25. So now you're worth. Come on, that only makes sense.
Now, mind you, Urkel was a boyfriend next door because he made Stefan for Laura. He had to find a way to make him permanent just for her. He still took care of her, even like. While he had a girlfriend, he's like, well, you know what? Let me make sure that she gets a boyfriend.
First, right?
Oh, say it again?
I said he still put her first, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And of course it's just a show, but the things that he would be willing to do, you hear people talk about it all the time in R&B music and what some people will be willing to do. If you look at Bruno Mars or something, he has a song, I'll catch a grenade for you, jump in front of a train for you, do all sorts of other stuff. People saying I ain't too proud to beg. You got the other dude that says you got me so suicidal, or self-deleting thoughts if you tell me it's over, so, and then you got people that has Steve Urkel. So some people have been programmed and indoctrinated to think, hey, this is normal. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking like this, but if everyone else is around me thinking like this, it becomes commonplace and I don't feel so weird because Stan thinks like this and Big Rig thinks like this. So some people are looking for justification.
Look, if you're looking for me for justification, know that Stanley's R&B list starts off with these 304s not loyal. That's
okay, you ain't starting with no temptations.
No, these 3 or 4 no loyal. Then I could fall. Then I could listen to everything else after that. But 304 ain't loyal is number one. I'll listen to that, and I can listen to everything else because I like it. But I'm not gonna pay your rent like Babyface. I'm not gonna give you the Earth and Moon like After 7 because it's not mine to give. And nah. And I get it that she's not my superwoman like Karen White. But just like Pebbles, love make things happen. I'm on to the next. There you go.
I mean, it's just sick. I mean, I think it's sick. I think it's sick behavior, even like down to the blue face and Christian. Like now, trauma is being like looked at as a form of normal and a form of that's okay. Yeah, that's not okay to be in toxicity. I'm not even gonna say toxicity, abusive relationships. So let me see how much abuse I can do. Let me see how much I'll tear myself down for you. That's not, first off, if anybody wants you to prove you're caring for them by hurting yourself, that's not someone
or burning down your house.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Like, and that's how I feel about cheating. I know, and that's why I've always said, because I've been with men, because I'm not very jealous. Even when I was monogamous, I'm not jealous at all. And I would have men tell me like, I wish you were jealous because I would know you like me. And I'd be like, that doesn't make sense. You should know I like you without me having to battle. If I have to battle for you to know like how I'm serious, then that means I never wanted you in the first place. And I'm only triggered by the fact that I think you're going to leave constantly. I'm not triggered that I love you and I don't want you to leave. I'm triggered because I don't want someone else to have something that I want in that moment. I might not even want it. I just want it because I don't want you to have it.
And that's kind of like those dynamics that you was talking about with the blue face and all this stuff. And of course, we don't always like to use celebrities, but when we bring them up, at least y'all know the dynamics that we're talking about. And the celebrities are still regular people. Some sometimes people try to act like this thing celebrities go through that your neighbors or family members don't go through. But when you bring up Blueface, just all you got to do is look at any of their posts. And I always say the shade room is super negative, very unscrupulous. Sometimes they occasionally sprinkle positivity. It's about like 10% positivity, 90% ratchet, negative, distractive stuff. But when you look at the Blueface things, and she's been hitting Blueface in the eye, giving him black eyes. He gives her black eyes, allegedly. And then you'll see people in the comments justifying, oh, she just young. They really love each other. Well, you know, they perfect for each other. They both toxic, and people start normalizing it. Then people get desensitized to it and start laughing. And then I even have a friend, and him and his girl is always fighting, him and his baby mama. And I had called them, and I was like, man, y'all on some Krayshawn and Blueface stuff, and they start laughing. And then now he be trying to say, man, haha, we on our Krayshawn Blueface stuff, to the point where they was having an argument. His girlfriend, the police was rolling by. She got out the car, started yelling, saying that he was hitting her. And they pulled up and they start searching the car. She retracted the statement, but they searched the car and he had an open bottle. So now he got a DUI, and he was like, oh, I wasn't even driving the car. Oh, they're like, oh yeah, but the keys was in the ignition, and blah, blah, blah. Now he has to pay for a DUI. And she's like, she's retract the statement. Why'd you lie in the first place? You know, she also was saying, she went to jail for something because she was hitting on him. He pressed charges. She went to jail. She made an accusation about him, so they lost a kid. Now their kid's in the foster system. Excuse me, their kid's in the foster system. He had to do the necessary things to get the kid out. Here, look, I'm gonna keep her at my grandma's house. You know, they gotta come do the inspection and all this stuff. Why are y'all even together? Oh man, that's the mother of my child. So why y'all not working this stuff out? Why you keep allowing the courts to get into it? And then they keep justifying it. Oh, we got kids together. So that excuses y'all being foolish, negative, toxic, unproductive, ratchet. So it's crazy.
But you look at the attachment style, and I think for some people that attachment, like if they have like abandonment in both their lives, they're going to stick it through no matter what. And that's sometimes, and that whole thing when they say the cycle of abuse, right? If it is DV, domestic violence, you're looking at like they're going to stay close even though they know.
Hold on, Stan. I just let me add this because I'm not gonna say his name. So, yeah. So another thing that had led him to putting, before he was like, man, F her, you know, I'm done with her, and then she was trying to say stuff to rile him up, and then he was just saying, okay, whatever, I'm not buying it. But then she starts saying that she had relationships and allowed some people that he know to penetrate her, including like one of his cousins, his uncles, or his best friend or something, like people that was like close to him. I think it was like 2 or 3 people, you know what I mean? And she had took some of his stuff and was selling it, and she had sent him to jail. He came back out. She hit on him. He sent her to jail. So they was taking turns sending each other to jail. You know, he had a Snapchat. She posted like, you feel me, pictures of his Johnson on there. You feel me?
What?
Yeah. She hacked his Snap and like changed the password and start posting all the pictures, you know, of his private parts. But I'm like, and then they got back together. And then so I'm like,
yeah,
why are y'all
I mean,
each other like this only to get back with each other?
Yeah, the thing, like when people are hurt and dysfunctional, It's a magnet, and that's where the part where, you know, to protect yourself, you're gonna have to step out and step back. I had to do that because I have my own life and I can't afford to get caught up, right? And it's just, I just can't do it. And I have to step back and like, okay, this is your life, and call me if you really need me, because I got my own life I gotta take care of, and there's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, and you know, there's some people like, okay, so there are some people who just don't have a line, maybe because they've seen it with their parents, like you said, just from watching these cycles of abuse even in your past. You know, I've dated someone obviously before all this poly stuff, and I was with them, and sometimes when they get mad or like upset, like even if it wasn't something big, you know, they would cross the line. I was like, you know, there's a line, like if I tell you something private, like, you know, that's like intimate to me, you don't bring it up in a conversation later as a way to hurt me because you want me to feel either the hurt you're feeling in the moment or more hurt. It's like you're trying to get this max hurt. And I kept thinking like, it's like, why do you keep doing this? And I asked, and I was like, well, what? I'm like, well, how your parents argue? And they told me, they were like, well, my parents, they used to just go crazy and say all kinds of things. And I mean, I knew that was something that he had going on. So I was like, okay, but I was like, you know, I have a line. Like, there's some things you can do to me that you can't come back from, or you say you can't come back from. And it may seem like real simple to some people, but it's not for me. You got to make your boundaries. Like, as a woman, if someone tells you like, oh, you know, I hope you die or something like anybody who does stuff like that, and you guys think that's, or sorry, I'm using that word, but you know, I hope you expire. And people think that's like, okay, those aren't okay words, because at any point now that makes me feel like you just use your words to hurt, and words hurt deeper to me than really physical a lot of the times. I mean, yeah, we can, you know, not be here on this earth, but when somebody says something crazy to you, out of line, out of pocket, it could hurt for decades. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that there are some people who don't understand that. They'll say anything. When I start poly, I'm gonna tell y'all something real personal. I know it's late night, nobody's gonna hopefully see this. But so my ex, when we were dating, and we started doing poly, we found out like I want to be poly and he wanted to be more lifestyle-ish. And I was like, well, you know, it's okay. And we were just really having a hard time working things out. So I'm not with this man now, so I'm gonna put that out there. But when we were going through this, like, he was so angry because I just didn't want to have sex with random people. He actually told me, he's like, you know what? He's like, I hope you catch AIDS and die. I was like, okay. It was like, why are we saying those things? Yeah, and that was someone I had been with for 15 years. I have your children. So like, that's not cool. And why would you say that? Because you're mad. And then later on, he said, oh, you know, I didn't mean that. I was just angry. I didn't like what was going on. But for me, it can't be mended. Like, not that I hate the man. I mean, I work with the man every day with our children stuff, but like that place, that can't be mended. Like I would not go, even if there was an opportunity to date him again. I can't do that. And
brother really knew how to say some slick shit. I'll tell you that much.
You know, and unfortunately, like, he didn't know, but he was like, we were kind of bickering.
He came through with that 1970s game on you.
he said it in front of my partner. Like, he heard my partners heard him say it to me, and he was like, "Did he just say that?" I was like, "Yeah, he just said that," and it was like, "Wow, that's messed up." It was
like, "Damn, that means he want us to die too."
Right. Oh, I mean, it was like in the beginning and everything when we were trying to work things out. Shit. But yeah, like, you can't come back. And the man asked me to date me later on. I was like, sir, you can't come back from things like that. Like, like, where's the line? People, there's a line. And there's some people who don't have lines. Like, they've never seen someone have lines. Their mom gets beat on, hit on, treated like trash, and their dad can come right back the next day like nothing happened. and it's cool and shit.
Or
Like,
the
you
father
ever- you-
always
you
got to
seen it?
rebuild because the mom burns it down, and he's like,
He's wilding
well, you know,
out.
that's your place as a man. Men gotta take it because in the Bible is our responsibility. I'm like, she just knifed you, shot you in the leg, cheated with you with Uncle Fred. Like, what's going on here? But you know, it's okay. That's what men supposed to do. No. You gotta look at people's attachment styles. Sometimes their attachment styles are just off the hook.
Super.
Oh, my bad. I've been trying to talk, but it looked like my mic was on mute. But Stan, don't it say for better or for worse?
Oh shit.
You know what?
It
I
didn't
don't
say
do those
better
type
or
of
abuse.
vows. Yeah, I don't do those type of vows.
Hold on, man. I've been cooking, but I was on mute, so y'all couldn't even hear me. Hold on, Miss Polly. I heard you try to chime in and mute. When you say abuse would be under the umbrella of worse. So if the vows say for better or for worse, are you going to go against the vows that you pledged allegiance to?
No, the pledge was not. Better or worse is defining the situation that you're in. That means if you go, we get poor, but something happens, we have bad times, good
Or
times.
if you get abused.
To abuse you. No, it does not say it's okay for your partner to mentally and physically abuse you and take from you to the point that you can't sustain yourself. It absolutely does not say that. Who would ever enter into that?
No, because see, this is the thing. The abuse is not typically supposed to be premeditated. If it happens in the course of, just civic duty or in a civic union, it just happened. Right? So let's just say you got married and someone came up with a sickness or ailment on your wedding day, your honeymoon. That sickness or ailment wasn't planned. It happened through the natural course of humanity. So what I'm saying is, if some inadvertent or unexpected abuse happens, which is human nature,
what's this unexpected abuse? What's this unexpected abuse?
I'm saying
a slap across the face.
Well, what I'm saying is that is one form of it. It can be verbal, which is Miss Polly has.
Okay, so a cuss out, fuck you, bitch, and maybe a slap across the face.
Potentially, it could be
okay,
one,
and of course,
or it could be all of them.
And of course, though, of like what if we saying an occasional, because you saying it's human nature type shit, and of course, it's like to be physical and verbally abusive.
Is that not human nature?
No,
I don't think it's human nature. I think it's something that can be definitely fucking, almost non-existent. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to
human nature, doesn't mean that you have to do something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, when I was trying to ask you a time, you was kind of pushing the human nature thing on me. So, I mean, people can do it, and but of course, I'm not saying I ain't did it. But what I'm saying though is with the way you're putting it, how often is your time frames in these type of occurrences that you were saying?
I'm not putting it anyways. I'm asking questions. I'm never saying that, hey, you should accept this. I'm saying what the vows are and what people sign up. And
right. So if the vows say that though, right? If the vow says that, I'm asking you, we know these vows. So I'm asking you, what do you think if you're saying it's human nature or it's an occurrence, whatever, how often and in the matter of years or months or whatever, should these occurrences be allowed? That's what you asking, brother. So I'm just asking you, because me, I'm gonna say none at all. That's just me. I run my household, no hands on, no none of that shit. Now, like when it comes to discipline, it's verbal like a motherfucker. I come at you like an angry coach.
Abuse could be verbal too.
Absolutely, but we're talking about a partner though. You know what I'm saying? So like raising kids, and that's more of a discipline. You know what I'm saying? So that's a little bit different.
You have to have a little discipline in the relationship too.
Some people consider the physical stuff discipline.
You know,
So
also human nature. Is it human nature to be petty? Is it human nature to be petty?
Yeah.
Okay, so my petty ass is going to sit down and leave a tiger inside the house and lock the door because I forgot the key. And I'm just going to walk.
You a man?
You lay hands on me.
That's a strong petty. But like I'm saying though, B.
From
So
Florida.
like I'm just saying on me. So I'm hearing what y'all saying. So what do y'all consider then reasonable or in an occurrence? Like what?
Don't lay hands on me. Don't sit down and be verbally abusive. I'm not your child. Number one, and I'm not your toys, and I'm not one of your little friends. Now we can have disagreements. You can be upset and everything else. But guess what? Did you want a husband or not? Because we can end this right now. Because
that's
I got
what I'm talking about.
That want me right now because I'm married. I got the ring on. I'm the Lord of the Rings now. I'm in the club. There's a lot of women that are gonna want a married man and treat him quite well. So go ahead, pick what you want to do today.
Yeah, but see, what you just did is what I'm talking about though. There was no verbal assassination. There was no physical. That's what I'm saying. That's how I would handle. I mean, I don't feel that's even necessary, like in a relationship, to go through that. Does it happen? Fuck yeah, it happens all the time. But you know, it ain't necessary. If you're saying it's human nature, yeah, I could dig that. But I'm just saying the way you was asking the question. I'm just asking you, what do you think an occurrence of maybe, hey, fuck you, bitch? Like I said, my example, fuck you, bitch, whoop-de-whoop, or maybe a slap across the face. What do you think is like an occurrence, you know what I'm saying, within what, a course of what?
I mean, I don't think it's like I don't think you could really put it on and say, here, you're entitled to 2 slaps every 6 months.
Well, period. Of course not. I mean, we're not gonna. I get that, bro. I'm just saying that's kind of how you was framing the question. So I'm just kind of putting the question.
The way I was framing it is that it's unpredictable because that's what human nature is. Like, you don't wake up and say, look, on May 27th, I'm going to be mad. You don't really truly know.
Absolutely.
When May 27th come and you happen to get mad. You happen to yell at your significant other and things happen to escalate. But on May 20th, you didn't even know what was happening. So what I'm saying is these occurrences are human nature. It's up to are they necessary? I'm not making that argument. I could say in many instances they're unnecessary and you should try to avoid them. But it's just like someone getting angry in sports. You can say, man, that was unnecessary for you to get angry after you lost that game. But is it human nature in that you see people get angry many times after they lose games? Do you see relationships many times where people are abusive, whether they should be, whether they shouldn't be? You know, sometimes that necessarily doesn't.
I understand that, but that's kind of lightweight a different scenario when you go into that. I'm just talking about the relationship shit. And like the verbal maybe abuse and maybe the physical abuse.
A different scenario in what regard?
Well, when you put it as in the sports thing, right? That's just a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can get mad at sports or whatever, but that's different. Like, I mean, if we talk in sports, I really don't know this person or whatnot. I can get mad and damn near want to throw hands with this person over some shit in a sport engagement. But I'm just talking about
the emotion is the same. The context is different, so I'll give you that. But the emotion would be the same.
It doesn't really matter. The real issue is not that you get mad. Yeah, you can have emotions. No one tell you not the emotion. The real issue is that most of us don't know how to deal with our emotions in a healthy manner. So a healthy manner for you to get upset, yeah, it's healthy to be upset. People do get upset, but how you get upset and how you use that emotion towards people in the outwards way, that's what you need to work on. You could be pissed as hell, but you don't have to punch walls. You don't have to cuss someone out. Do we do it? Yeah, we kind of do that sometimes. You can't say you're never going to get out of control all the time. No. And that's maybe where it's saying, I'll say I don't even believe that's what it means in that context of for better or worse. I think it really is saying like for things that are our good times and our bad times that we have. I don't think it's trying to include any of those bad behaviors that we maybe have learned through trials and tribulations or just bad, relationship skills. That's not including that. We're not going to, like you said, you can't say, oh, well, you slapped me once, because somebody might be okay. Might need a goddamn slap, and they may be okay with
no slapping.
Listen, I'm saying, like if you're somebody, your partner is out of line, is losing it, and needs to be brought back to reality. They might need a little hit on the face. You're not killing anybody, and they may be okay with that. That's between you and your partner.
People that like that.
Right? You keep that. You keep that at your house. That's between you and your partner. That's y'all business. Ain't nobody got to know what y'all do to get yourselves together.
I think before we even get there, right?
Fact, though. That's an absolute fact.
Yeah.
But do you know your partners? But do you know the person you're dealing with? Like buttons or how they get angry, because I think all of us, right, we're missing this big thing about like going on trips, right? When you're in the car with a person, not doing no plane trips, like going from the Bay to Vegas and seeing how that person behaved because you're alone now, or you're going from here to San Diego, right? And I think like when you see the people's levels, patience, anger, all that on a trip, you get an idea of like how they handle stuff. I think a lot of times we always want to go for happy, but you know what 84 says, like if we're not there for the bad times, you don't know how somebody's able to process bad stuff or things is not okay. So I think in relationships, girlfriend and boyfriend, in friendships, we do have to spend those times when people are in those dark spaces to know exactly how they deal when things become dark. Not to judge, but to see where we can help.
But I mean, isn't the judging inevitable though?
I think like you have an idea of like, do you want to continue this relationship afterwards, right? If they get the help and everything else that they need to get, right? And if they fall right back into it, or no, they baseline is up to you. Do you want to continue or not? But don't let marriage and Disney of marriage, you know what? That's something else Disney never done. What happened after Everly After? We never see that picture. But that's another screen. But you know, like it's the reality of marriage and everything else. If you don't lay a foundation while you're dating or have an idea of a marriage life, why are you talking about weddings or even getting married when you don't have rules about the marriage itself?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. I think that's what the vetting process, I think like for me, even being full on poly, setting people up for success by, saying like, this is like what we're doing. This is, for now or whatever. It may change. Even saying, hey, change may happen. If change happens, this is what it is. I do enjoy that about this lifestyle, because I'm able to be like, hey, life isn't just going to be us planning this one thing. We hope for this, but there could be 4 other options. And let's just say this and this and this could happen. This person could do this and this, and it makes it so that we have to be confronted with more than one option and then deal with the feelings that may come with those options also. And so it makes us really think and evaluate our feelings and our mind a little bit more and consider each other's emotions. And so that's why I think this is a way more, I'm not saying that you can't have this in monogamy, but you definitely get it pushed in your face and you will have to deal with it, because when you're thinking monogamous, a lot of, like you said, the goal is for a lot of people is just to get married. They don't look outside of that. But for people who are poly, it's like, okay, we're together, we're on this journey. what does this look like? Because marriage isn't our stop. It's just a stop in our journey. So yeah, we got married. Boom, high five. We know we're doing this for life. What's next? What happens if we want to add someone? Do we add someone? If we do, is it this or that? Like the window is just so much more space to look at. And so we can't just be tunnel vision, because we're gonna screw up. So we have to, consider options. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen, but know that they're there. And that helps. And I would actually try to apply that to monogamy if I was to ever go back, because things do have more than just one option and more one view. I think, we just don't think about it in monogamy.
Got you. But I mean, you say you don't think about, what did you say you don't think about in monogamy?
You don't think about other options. So let's say, okay, so you're, I say a lot of people just aim for getting married. They just want to get married. Once they get married, they're like, okay, we're married, and then what do we do? Because now
people don't think about other options, because I think they do think about other options. I think people do think about other options, but then many people, due to the basically fear, they go back to what they know. They think about other potential lifestyles, whether poly or whatever other lifestyle, but they don't think that, hey, it's a reality for me. And some people actually get shunned. Let's say you're in a professional world, you're a lawyer, you're a politician. Show me a one president, U.S. senator, governor, mayor that's open with the poly lifestyle, and I'm not saying that they don't live one, but I'm saying the media would look at it differently. Let's say it was the U.S. sitting president. Him being in a poly lifestyle wouldn't be what dictates if he's able to run the country successfully, but they would be bringing that up. They're not going to have a single man become president, just as well as they wouldn't have a single woman become president. So they expect you to be married. Then not only do they expect you to be married, they expect you to be married to one person. So it's a way of social conditioning, engineering, and indoctrinating you to believe that monogamy is the only way to go. In some professions, it's seen as cool, if you are like a rapper or an entertainer. But other professional settings, people are like, hey, if you're a doctor, you should be monogamous. If you're a lawyer or a scientist, you should be monogamous. But why? It's a social construct. So I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that many people are hesitant because they don't want to get demonized or ridiculed, and don't even actually want to explain their ideology, why I chose to be poly, right? Just as well as some people don't want to explain why they don't have kids, just as well as people don't want to explain why they have kids out of wedlock, or people don't want to explain why they have interracial partners, right? You'd be like, why should I have to explain this to you? So when someone is saying, hey, I don't want to explain why I'm considering exploring being poly, so they kind of keep it on the down low, or they just say, it's not worth trying to explain this to my mama, my auntie, my dad, so I'm gonna just stick to monogamy. So you can go from there, Miss Polly, and then Stan, go ahead and chime in.
Yeah, no, what I was saying is, when I say you're monogamous and there's no other option, after people get married, I'm saying when most people get married, after that, what does your journey look like? And a lot of people are only in the dream to get to the point of marriage. They don't think about what's after that. I'm not talking about being poly. I'm talking about what happens after that. Like, some of them already have kids, maybe you're already raising their children, they finally got married, but what are the steps after that? Because really, marriage is like the beginning of the journey, or a stop in the journey of life, because that doesn't stop. But a lot of people don't think about like the other options they have. What I mean by that is, are we going to go get a house? Like this is not a conversation you'll probably have monogamous in there. are we going to move here because I want to move there closer to this, or I want to here, oh, I want to change my career, I want to do this and that. I might, I may not. They're not having those big conversations until it happens. I don't wait till it happens. I talk about it before. Yeah, I talk about it before. So for example, right now I was talking about dating people because I'm poly. I just have to use myself as an example. So I'm kind of switching it. As a poly person, I have to be like, hey, I'm interested in dating people. Hey, I might date couples. Okay, what does that look like if you date couples? Well, I date couples, then if
Miss Polly, which one of these most accurately represents you?
Oh, I'm more polyamory.
Okay. What? But before you go on, Stan, what about you? Stan,
I'm not in the poly. I'm not. Look, you're trying to force that on me.
Yeah, you trying to force him. Wait, no, there's monogamy. There's monogamy in there. There's monogamy in there.
I'm just saying, be honest,
you are
Stan.
Stan. You swing, Stan. You swing. I'm like, what?
No, monogamy's in there, Stan. Monogamy's in there.
I'm just saying.
I'm not. I'm not even on the spectrum.
Okay, wait. You keep putting stock. Wait, I take mine back. Okay, so I was polyamory. I think I'm moving more towards polyfidelity.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say relationship anarchy. That's what.
No, I can't live that way. I can't live that life. That's not gonna work.
Okay.
That's not gonna work because I have men. That's not. They don't want to hear that, and they'll probably be very upset with me. That does not work. Okay, it's not gonna work. Don't they would be very upset. That's not gonna work.
Polly, don't knock it till you try it.
That's what I would say, but what they would say was, ma'am, don't push it. And then the one who's real serious would be like, are you joking? Because I don't get the joke. And see, then I don't want to do that, so I just gonna leave that alone. I'm just
saying, Miss Anarchy does have a ring. I'm just saying.
Oh no, sir. They would be like, no rules. I'm gonna show you. Meet me outside. No. good.
And I'm not on the spectrum of none of it. What I want to say, sir, is I suggest you look at the stuff you mentioned, follow politics and introducing it to other people. There's a series, he did really good on it. It's HBO Big Love. I think it ran for 5 seasons. It's really good.
Yes, it is.
And you get an idea because it's not.
Oh, damn, you seen it too, Miss Polly?
Of course.
No shock there. Go ahead, Stan.
But man, what you are on that spectrum, sir? Since you putting this all out there, where you at?
Man,
relationship anarchy?
Nah, I gotta have some structure. Unless Miss Polly was gonna delve into the anarchy, then we'll figure out the anarchy together. But right now, I would have to say I'm in the solo poly.
Dating yourself?
Yep.
How is that possible? How are you gonna be polygamous with yourself?
I think that definition is incorrect because solo poly is not that.
Explain
That's not
to
solo
us.
poly. Okay, so solo poly, this definition is incorrect. Solo poly means you don't have any hard connections with any of your partners, but you have partners. Like, so it basically, to me, because I don't like it, it looks like you're dating, but like you want them consistent. Like you still want consistent partners, but you don't want to make you're not going to plan a trip with them. Like you might plan a trip with them, but you're not going to be like, hey, my bills are due. They're not going to have anything to do with your bills. They're not going to tell you. They're not going to have an opinion or say on where you work or what you do. Basically, they're on for the ride. Whatever you say is what it is, and they're okay with. They have to be okay with it, basically.
So actually, this is what it says. Let me just give y'all one. Solo polyamory means that someone has multiple intimate relationships with people, but has an independent or single lifestyle. They may not live with partners, share finances, or have a desire to reach traditional relationship milestones in which partners' lives become more intertwined.
I feel so exposed.
That's exactly what it is, though.
No, and
Are you saying that?
the reason why Stan feels exposed is because what I described was Stan.
Oh,
Wow.
you talking about yourself? What are you?
No, wow. Y'all out here doing a lot.
What I described was Stan.
Oh, you set me up, sir.
Wow. Wow.
Tell me where I lied.
I
think
think about you.
Wow. That was real. I think most people are solo poly. To be honest. They don't recognize it because they don't want to say that. They don't want to tell Betty about Jenny. They don't want to tell Bob about Ben. Okay, but we all know, and it's a joke. That's what that is.
Quantum is an anarchy.
Yeah, quantum wildin'. I'm gonna have to hit Quantum up and wag my finger at her like, what you talking about, the anarchy?
She said she like it chaotic. Let's do it big.
She like it chaotic. It's okay. I'm gonna bring some order. I'm gonna add some order and structure. Quantum.
How can you do that when you solo poly, sir?
Right. You run around with no rules.
Damn, y'all put me on blast. I'm not an anarchist. What I'm saying is, so this is the thing. People could evolve in this. Okay, let me break this down to y'all. Do y'all know that it is spring right now? That's the season. But is it gonna stay spring or is it gonna change into summer? And summer is gonna change to fall and winter, etc. What I'm saying is things change.
Yes, but let's keep in mind this is the dating schedule. We're on that dating schedule right now. Like, everybody get ready for summertime. Cause a lot of people about to get dumped after Mother's Day.
Right. He's on the annual schedule. He changed every 3 to 4 months. That's what that is. If you want to get booed up, you gotta do it before Labor Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, I mean, that's a sweet deal, you know, because it could have a warranty. It could get extended.
By Labor Day. Labor Day. Everybody hurry up and get booed up by Labor Day because you don't want to spend the holidays by yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind.
Y'all out here giving bad advice. Ain't that some mess?
Remember, I gave out the whole dating plan.
We wasn't giving no advice, but what specific?
Sam was giving advice. He just said it.
No.
Okay, cool. I was like, I wasn't giving advice.
It was seasonal. No. It's been documented on Knowledge Relationship before. We talked about it so many times. There's a season for everything. What happens? If you don't make that deadline on Labor Day, you need to get booed up for what? For Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. You want to get that kiss on New Year's. You got Valentine's. Okay, you missed out on. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying you giving the advice for the hot boy summer. I'm not going down there.
Well, it's not hot boy summer. It's just straight down. Like, look, if you want to get booed up, it's booed up. It's hoochie daddy season for us on the 22nd.
Who wearing the hot daddy shorts? Who's wearing the hot daddy shorts? Yeah, who wearing
hoochie daddy? That'd be me. That was the 22nd.
I was going to say I don't usually reveal them, but I keep a pair for a special. It's like a secret weapon, right? It's like a secret weapon.
Sir. A pair? Look, I got the outfits ready.
Oh wow, Stan, he prepared. Yeah, I only got a pair. Maybe I might get a couple, but it's like a secret weapon. You don't whip out the hoochie daddies until you just trying to kind of just like seal the deal. You know what I mean? Like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and just put the icing on the cake. You know what I mean? And some people, so you gotta make a strategic decision. Is it gonna be the hoochie daddy shorts or is it gonna be the gray sweatpants? You gotta figure out which situation is best for you. You know what I mean? So
I didn't see my man's right. I didn't see my man's hoochie daddy shorts until year 2, and I saw him. I said, "Oh my golly."
Yeah, wow. See, I'm not a big fan of the hoochie daddy shorts, so that's what I'm saying. You gotta keep a deck. You gotta keep one on deck, but it gotta be like a reward. You know what I mean? Like, you don't always whip it out.
Quantum,
like
Quantum, I'm advertising Hoochie Daddy season. It's time for Hoochie Daddy season.
Stan is the like mascot for Hoochie Daddy shorts. So shout out to Stan.
He is.
You don't have to be too short. You don't have to be too short. It can be a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You gotta show a little bit of knees, but you'll be all right.
It was mid-thigh.
Oh, wow. Okay. So is that something you really enjoy seeing though, Miss Polly, the Hoochie Daddy shorts?
I'm a pervert. I'm telling you now. I like to see a lot of things.
I mean, Stevie Wonder could see that. I don't think you need to even say that.
I mean, I like to see a lot of things. You know, my personal time, I like to see a lot of things that maybe ladies don't like to talk about, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, we'll have to talk about that on a more friendly platform. So let me ask you this: since you like to see the Hoochie Daddy shorts, do you have some booty shorts or what they call Daisy Dukes or coochie cutters? Do you got any of those?
No. I mean, I do have. I just put on one pair of shorts yesterday. I had one pair of shorts. I don't think about
I didn't want to do it, but
no, I have one pair, and my partner just saw it for the first time, and it's been 3 years. That's it. Mm-hmm. I wear summer dresses. Like I wear summer dresses, and I listen. It's hot out here. I'm gonna give it. I give all the energy. I have a pair of blue shorts. I'm telling you, I have blue shorts, one jean shorts, and I think I have a couple bodysuits that are shorts. And it's like 2 of them. And I don't really wear them that often. I'm just being honest. I wear I like to wear skirts now. I like, yeah.
Oh, so your tomboy or tomgirl days is over then.
And I wear yoga pants. I wear a lot of exercise wear.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm an exercise wear, and then when I go live and stuff, I get all dressed up, and then everybody asks me, where are you going? What are you doing? Why you look like that? That's what I get.
Hey, you took it there, Miss Polly. So I gotta ask you, because we talking a lot about the men wearing the Hoochie Daddy shorts, they wearing the gray sweats, and like Quantum says, she says, nah, just let me see that print and let my imagination run. Now, when we speak of the print, many people talk about the male print, but when you're wearing those yoga pants, you do realize that you have a print as well, right?
I didn't say I didn't. I don't know what you're trying to say.
No, I'm just asking that you do realize that, and that is a print that guys are seeking to get a view of. That's what I was leading to, guys outside of your man, you know what I mean? So for instance, if Stan has a girlfriend and he puts on the gray sweats, his significant other is happy that Stan has that print. But when Stan goes to the gym, now that print is exposed to a potential of hundreds of other eyes. So what I'm saying is, when women wear the yoga pants, their significant others like, oh man, my lady is looking good. But other dudes are like, wow, did you see the print on Miss Polly? Do you ever think about that when you put on the yoga pants? That ever comes up?
I don't think it's that bad, but at the end of the day,
it's not that pronounced, is what you're saying.
I'm not. Hey, listen. We got to keep some. You don't got to have it like all the way up there. You know what I'm saying? But you can't get carried away. I understand that. At the end of the day, hey, I was built this way. And if you like it,
I'm team camel toe, so I'm all
no camel toe. We ain't camel toeing.
Oh, my bad.
No. But if your
foot, is that a better?
I don't think it's camel toe. Okay. I don't got camel toe where that's too much. Like if you're flossing, that's a lot. Outside? You mean outside?
Are you saying that revealing the camel toe is too much, or are you saying that simply having?
going outdoors with your camel toe out. So that's a lot. That's enough.
Okay. And that I do agree, because but I thought you were simply saying that if it's visible, because I was gonna say that's like saying if a dude has a print, then. But I understand, because when people have that camel toe, they're intentionally, like I seen, they're like pulling up their garments to make it stick out a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, and then you want to say, well, what are you looking at? My eyes are up here. Yeah, but that,
that's hanging
that
out.
toe is shining.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you got it on display, don't be confused on why they're looking. That's my policy. If it's like, I took a picture today on Instagram, and like I know what I was wearing was revealing. So like when I get upset if guys are like, oh, you look not, like I know what you looking at, because I looked at it too. Like I'm not stupid. I know what it looked like. It is what it is. With the man print going out there, I don't mind. So I'm a compersionist anyway. So I like to see my partners be loved on. So it don't bother me none. You know what I'm saying? You got some muscles. You want to show a little chest. You want to show a little something that you feeling good that day. Hey, do you, boo? I'm supportive of it. That's fine. Be great.
Yeah, no, I got you. And so we gonna shut the stream down, Miss Polly. I'm gonna let Big Rig give his closing remark.
Yes.
You give your closing remarks, and we are out of here. This was dope, and I appreciate your honesty, being candid. And when I'm asking you the questions, of course, it's all fun and games. Some of it is to get a deeper understanding. Some of it has a slight essence of trolling, and the other stuff is just we simply chop it and have a discussion that's seemingly taboo and that people act too scared to talk about. But we're human beings and we're adults. We're supposed to be able to talk about things that we experience, without everything being so cringy or touchy. We experience this stuff all the time, but when it comes to talking about it, we act like we're scared. I'm like, why would you be scared about something that you have experienced and will continue to experience? So thank you for your honesty and candidacy with the discussion. And looks like Quantum is going to go back to sleep, but Big Rig is falling asleep in his hoochie daddy boxers. So go ahead. So let the brother sleep.
Yeah, man, this was another dope stream, man. Miss Polly, really appreciate you. Every time you come up, man, we always getting some new information, man. So it's dope. I really appreciate that. Quantum, we appreciate you late night. You staying in there. But yeah, man, shit, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate you, B.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all love. Miss Polly, once again, shout out to you. And we definitely got to do some work together. You can start by following me on Instagram. I'll go look for that thirst trap photo that you posted, and then I'll probably leave some googly eyes or some stuff under there to acknowledge your thirst trap. But shout out to Miss Polly.
Thank you guys for having me. That's awesome. I've been kind of chilling, like I said, for last week or two. So
where you been? I was like, Miss Polly, Paige and Miss Polly, where you been?
Yeah. I did start talking to a couple, and I did pour in a lot of energy into that, and then I was going to work on top of that so I could go visit them. So I took up some extra shifts and stuff so I could make extra money because I wanted to go and visit them. So yeah. And then I was getting to know them a lot, and a lot, like you said, you just said it, like the person I'm talking to, like they're in a profession that they could lose their job if it's deemed a certain way. So, that's what it is. But it is cool to talk to someone in that profession, I would say. Leave it at that. But it is very interesting that met them. So that's what I've kind of been doing. And so I visited them last week. It was awesome. And now I'm back here. And so I'm trying to get back in the groove and swing of things. And they're a really supportive couple. So that's pretty cool. So maybe they will be added. I don't know. But we'll see what it is. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Big Rigs. peasy, you guys. And like I said, we'll definitely hit up something here soon because I need to get some more content going and stuff. Get back in the flow.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And then it will also be cool too because there's some things that we can do that are pre-recorded as well. So when you are, taking your excursions and doing your adventures with your family and other new potential family members, you still will have content to post up. And some of them don't even have to be that long, right? Like I can say, hey, Miss Polly, I need you on the stream, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you say your piece, get in and out of there. A lot of people have short attention spans anyways now. So a lot of game could be chopped up in 20, 30 minutes. And then when you have the time, we can do longer form things like that as well. Because I have a lot of content that I do have coming out too, but I'm not getting, not getting rich off of YouTube, like YouTube doesn't pay any of my bills. So I do appreciate anyone that takes their time to come on here because this is not where I get my bread and butter from. And I don't think it is for Miss Polly or Big Rick Slaps or anyone that was on the panel tonight. That's why I do sincerely appreciate y'all coming up. Mr. Best, Queen Forever 2K, and anyone else that comes up regularly through the panel. So, yeah, I think that now we ain't going to have more time. We just got to maximize the time that we have. So we can just get on and say, hey, look, here's this one topic. We only going to talk about this topic. No deviation, no rabbit holes. We can do that. I think we can bang out much more content. And then you can be sipping pina coladas, Miss Polly. And then we be posting content. It's like, dang, Miss Polly posted something every day. Yes, because she had pre-recorded content all ready to go. And then we can help each other out. We all we got, but we all we need.
Sounds good.
Cool. So yeah, so when I hit you on Instagram, if I do hit you with a follow, which I will, then you gotta follow me back. Otherwise, because I don't only kind of really at this stage where I'm at, I'm only really supporting people that's supportive of me. If you don't support me, I'm not saying you, Miss Polly. If you don't support me, I'm not mad at you. It's within your civil liberties and right to not support me, but just don't expect support from me. But if we're doing this kind of petty thing where, well, Miss Polly didn't like my post, so I'm not going to like hers. Miss Polly didn't follow me. So it's like now no one is going to like each other's posts. No one is going to follow each other. I support people sometimes. If I come to Miss Polly's stream, like it, comment, and share it, that's support. I don't have to watch the video from front to back. Some people watch this video from front to back and still won't comment and still won't share. So whether I watch it fully or not, there are ways that we can support each other. And I do want to see Miss Polly's content grow and flourish, as well as Big Rig Slaps, as well as everyone that's a part of the platform. So all we got to do is help each other, and it won't cost you a fee. It's free to like, to share, to follow someone. You're not going to agree with everything I say. I'm not going to look at Miss Polly and say I disagree with her on this, and that, so I'm unfollowing her. No, unless she does something egregious, unless she does something that's specifically attacking someone's community and lineage for no good reason. That's the only thing. But her disagreeing and saying, hey, I don't see eye to eye with you on this, that's not a reason for me to unsubscribe or unfollow. So I'm just saying all this stuff because what we're building going forward, we need all hands on decks. You either with us or against us. There's really no in between. You rolling with me or you getting rolled on. You rolling with me or you getting rolled on. There's really no in between. So if I'm riding with Miss Polly, I can't halfway ride with her. It's just, like Mobb Deep says, there's no such thing as halfway crooks. There's no such thing as halfway friends. I can't be a partial friend to Miss Polly. I'm either going to make the commitment to be her friend and business partner and associate, or I'm not. I can't be a half business associate. I can't be a half friend. I can't be a half acquaintance. You know what I mean? Nothing that we do is half. It's to the maximum. If you grew up old school, your parents would say, don't do no half-ass cleaning, which means if you clean the kitchen, you don't just wash the dishes, you got to sweep the floor, you got to clean the counters too. Otherwise, you have cleaned the kitchen. If I say, hey, I like Miss Polly, and then I follow her, but I never support her content, I never message her, I never talk to her, do I really support her? In theory, I do. In a form of delusional grandeur, I do. But in actual reality, I don't. So let's support each other. If you don't support me, support Big Rig. You don't support Big Rig, support Miss Polly. But if you support them, then you should support me, and we should support each other. It's not really that hard. It's not rocket science.
Indeed.
Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and sign out. Actually, I'm going to pay a couple of visuals, and, y'all can drop down or whatever. And I'm going to shut it down after that. This has been another installment of Easily Rigged.
You know it.
Yes, sir.
Into another installment of Easily Rigged. B-Eazy Dat Dude, Big Rig slaps two of the dopest to ever do it, you feel me? Put some respect on their name.
Got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad. They vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them life juvenile, baby moving for slow-mo, then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting modo. I be flipping, not shrinking, I don't give a fuck about no. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but these bitches stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude, in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry, that isn't as really in me. My game international, I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger than the whole.
You are now tuned in to another installment of EazilyRigged. B-Eazy Dat Dude, Big Rig Slaps in the building.
Told me she was lucky how I hit her with the pipe. I keep trying to take her out, but this bitch wanna stay tonight. And she bad, that ain't enough to trust her. All the back, I'm trying to duck her. Yeah, I'ma let you handcuff her. Never will I save her. I'm a terrific player. All about my paper, so that's why I grind to get it. My money stacks is getting tall, yours look just like a midget. See, I rock a long chain. We got a lot of ice in it. I call this shit frigid. A different bitch ain't frigid. I whip it, mix it, pitch it, ship it, flip it. I multiply these digits. These ladies love the way I keep it. So they willingly go hit the straw and keep my nose on my choice. Never force on. I hit my break down and roll up and twist my draw. Running long switches, gotta hit the niggas though. Please.
EazilyRigged is the best thing smoking.
Some respect on their name. Enjoy the broadcast.
knowledge in relationships.